was a sunny day in Astana as players entered round 9 of the FIDE World Championship. Jan Nepomniachtchi leads by a full point and has the white pieces. The ceremonial move was made by Marat Azilkanov, Deputy Chairman and Head of the Secretariat of Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan. Jan started with e4. Players entered a Rilo pairs for the third time this match.
We have an anti-Berlin on the board. It's a symmetric structure in the center with one pair of pawns getting traded. But still, a lot of pieces are on the board. In fact, there have been no piece trades so far. And Daniil, you're actually saying that in these kinds of structures, anything can happen despite the symmetric nature of it.
Yeah, the game is very much on. And now, I'll take risk and say I have a feeling
someone will generate winning chances today.
I was about to say the symmetry will be broken within next 4 or 5 moves. But in general, given this tension between the pawns on a4 and b5, I have a feeling that it won't be like this forever. And let's say now something like bishop f8. It's really sharp. The game is very much on. No, he plays rook
he goes
b8.
something different. Wow.
I was actually about to say I don't even understand what the alternative is. But
yes. Okay.
To be honest, again, Ding has his own thinking. And again, I personally never ever prefer rook b8 to bishop f8. I can see the point of b takes a4. If it works, it works. But rook b8 is a little strange to me.
Jan was surprised by rook b8 and quickly played knight h4, bishop f8, and queen f3.
And it is definitely heating up as Ding took the pawn, allowed bishop takes h6. And yeah, that's what we were thinking that he might have to do, just kind of take the queen side and give up the king side a bit.
Oh no.
But it definitely feels like he's given white an initiative that white should not have necessarily had.
White was cloaking black's king with his minor pieces. It was impossible to react since the pawn on f7 was pinned. And if pawn takes the bishop on h6, the knight on f6 was hanging.
There we go.
Wow.
I don't know if it's good or bad. But
it's going to be interesting. That one we know.
I'm certainly having fun here, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so rook takes b2. No, of course, the rook has come into the game, and it does make a good impression from that point of view. The knight is here to take the bishop. That's literally the main mission of the knight. This position is actually fascinating, guys. And the good news for us is that we're in for another really exciting game. I don't know how the players managed to make it happen, that every game, even if this game started with a symmetrical structure, is basically gone into the most interesting direction possible with piece sacrifices, pieces that could make captures and won't get recaptured immediately, tons of fascinating lines.
Jan took the bishop on f8 and rerouted his dark squared bishop via c1 to a3. Ding placed his rook on b5, defending the knight on c5, but also allowing an exchange sacrifice with bishop c4.
I'm pretty sure Jan is actually, considering it. I think once again, in general, we see chess, pretty much similar way. And it's a Soviet school. And this bishop c4, bishop f1 is actually I saw many exercises of this kind, where having a pair of bishops, you actually need to spend 2 tempos to
preserve them.
To prevent your opponent from trading one of them.
And just to show people, we have shown very little interest in taking that rook. That might be surprising for people who don't understand why would we prefer to retreat than to take the rook in this position. So let's try to evaluate this position a little bit. Here we kind of improved black's pawn structure. We got rid of one of white's good pieces, the bishop. And, we are giving, this pawn is kind of weak. I suppose there's some outpost squares. Yeah, because that move, basically you're developing a piece, you're challenging white for the diagonal. And if white's best move is to move back, it feels like you've gained something.
Yeah.
So I definitely expect Ding to play that move.
By the way, yeah, bishop is 6 played.
Yeah. Now,
so Jan took on a6 actually, which I kind of like. I think I mentioned it too, right? I mean, we had this. And yeah, this looks like a safe option for...
It's safe, yeah, safe,
white.
But not super ambitious.
After Jan traded the light squared bishops, the momentum was gone, and the trading of major pieces were almost instantaneous. What was left was a rook and a knight ending, with an extra pawn for Jan. But is it enough?
Yeah, it looks drawish though. Of course, I should have posed more problems in the endgame, but yeah, somehow it was not so simple to move my pawns forward, and yeah, I guess the knight endgame looks maybe dangerous for black, but probably a draw.
Well, first I thought it was an easy draw, but I realized it's not so simple, especially after the position he played king f4. If I go knight e4, it might lost because knight d3, knight d6, king e5, and he had many waiting moves here. Also, if I go king e7, I expect it's also a lost position because he has 2 pawns, and then he can go king g5 if he has a chance. And during the game, I thought maybe h3 is the only move to save the game.
After 9 grueling games, the rest day becomes more imperative for Jan and Ding. As we've seen, chess is but a small part of the player's preparation. Psychological, mental, and physical readiness are equally worth noting. Who do you believe will become the 17th World Chess Champion? Only 5 more games to go. Round 10 begins on Sunday the 23rd at 3 p.m. Join the commentary duo, Daniil Dubov and Irina Krush, on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as they take you through the game live, discussing all the key moments and critical positions. Ask questions on Twitter, get involved, and interact in chat. Don't miss out.
As the world holds its breath, 2 unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These 2 titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head-to-head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hi guys, welcome to our coverage of Game 10 of the 2023 World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. My name is Irina Krush, and I am joined by Grandmaster Daniil Dubov. I thought about saying still DUB today, but I just decided not to go for that. And yeah, we're getting into the final stretches of the match, Daniil. Ding has the white pieces today. He's still a point behind in the match. The score is 5-4. I mean, how much do you think he needs a win today?
Well, quite a lot, but yeah, if we assume he's not going to lose, he will basically have 3 shots with white, and today is the first of them, so it's clearly better to convert the very first one. Also, given the fact that Jan is, in my opinion, much better rapid and blitz player, it's quite important for Ding to score his victory like as early as possible and then try to win again.
Yeah, actually, in their early games against each other, Jan was really winning like everything in the rapid and blitz that they played against each other. And I think Ding didn't get his first win against Jan until like 2019 in Abidjan, some kind of grand chess tour rapid event. So that was like 7 years after they first played. Now, they didn't play a ton of games, but I just did notice that, yeah, as you said, Jan definitely seemed to have an advantage in the faster time controls, and he would beat Ding from all kinds of positions.
Right, exactly, yeah. I think they played a lot in this Russia-China matches, where Ding would normally be like much better in every single game, and yeah, as you said, he failed to win a single one, yeah, so yeah.
So you think Ding really doesn't want to let this get to the tie breaks?
Well, I mean, given the score, I don't think he necessarily minds right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, with the even score, I would say it's like better. I mean, given the odds, it's better for Ding to gamble in the classical games than to go to the tiebreak and see what happens.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about something funny that happened in the last couple of days. There was a little bit of tension, it seems, between Nepo's team and the president of the Russian Chess Federation, who, I guess in his remarks about the match, described Jan his style, or I guess his play, as like being an ape with a grenade.
Right, but it was like the almost direct quote of Jan himself.
Yeah.
This is actually what Jan said, I think, in the beginning of the match at some point.
Yeah, when Jan compared himself on a bad day to a monkey.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, it seemed kind of innocuous. It didn't seem like the worst thing to be called an ape with a grenade. I mean, it seems like a pretty dangerous animal. And however, it did provoke a statement from Jan's team. I guess they weren't that happy about it. They didn't feel like he was supportive enough. And they actually compared Mr. Filatov to the position of a chameleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite funny as well. You know, basically kind of like on one hand supporting him and on the other hand making these little jokes. And, you know, so at the end, you know, no matter what happens, you can say, I was right, according to them. So.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? It is funny. It certainly doesn't help if you're the one playing the match. I also don't buy the... I mean, they say basically, like, it's not coming from Jan, it's not coming from his manager either. But it's not that Nepo team are like 200 people. So I kind of fail to buy that completely. And I mean, also, this is not the best way to help your guy, I mean, even if he is not involved. I mean, I don't see him as a person who would normally switch the internet off after the game and stuff, so I'm pretty sure he's aware of that. And even if he is not, it is quite likely that there will be some questions at the press conference or something. So in general, I mean, okay, you're playing the match, you're actually leading, this is the last thing you need to be worried about.
Yeah, by the way, I just remember today is the birthday of the 12th Women's World Champion, Alexandra Kostyniuk. She turns 39 today. So Alexandra has been a great ambassador for our game for many years. She has so many sporting achievements already, but we want to wish you, Alexandra, a lot of happiness and continued achievements in your field.
Yeah, absolutely. Sasha, congratulations.
Yeah. She's someone I grew up with playing, actually. I've known her for so many years. We're only like separated by about 4 months, so we grew up playing these World Junior Championships. And is it Pia Kramling's birthday today? Okay, as well. Yeah, that's also a very legendary figure in our sport. So happy birthday to Pia.
Yeah, we should have invented this, you know, this kind of intro earlier. Yeah, just check.
Whose birthdays it is?
Yeah.
And spend the first part of our session congratulating everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then there is also Free Day, where we normally don't have the broadcast, so you could also congratulate the people who had birthdays on Free Days.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about what we expect today. So Ding is white. His white openings have definitely gone successfully so far in the match. I mean, basically you can't really ask for anything better than what he's been getting with the white pieces. Either chances to win every game except that first kind of disastrous game in game 2.
Well, the English opening was not exactly impressive either, right? I mean, he won the game eventually, but
I kind of liked the English opening, the way it went for him.
Yeah, but
and he probably could have even played it better, right? He didn't play the very. Oh, you mean like Jan could have played with Queen F6 or something?
yeah, I mean, in general, the line he played, we probably have a board. Wait a second, and it will probably appear. Yeah. I always like those interviews, where the guy goes like, "I'll do this," and the board will appear. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this line he played with e3.
Oh, can I just say something? Yeah,
Yep.
in his Lichess file, the move Queen C2 is something that featured here. Actually, this move in quite a number of these games. So maybe that was one of his ideas in the English. Of course, now that it's in the file, I don't know if we're ever going to see it.
Yeah. Looks like a killer.
And Queen C2, Knight D4,
Yeah.
I think it was going like that.
Could be. No, but in general, what I don't get is do people really think that even this is all like truth, which it probably is, but the games were not played exactly yesterday, right?
Right.
Xavier played months ago.
Well, in the last couple of months, not too long ago. They were all like February, March, April, I think.
Okay, but February is quite far. So, given all that, even if this was a prep, it's quite likely that there were some changes made, and some opinions could change too, and some of the lines could be just discarded. So, once again, I'm closer to Fabi's opinion to actually think that it's not such a big deal at all. The biggest problem, though, and we're about to find out if Ding managed to solve it, is that now they had to come up with a reasonable idea as white during the free day, which I think is manageable. Once again, we'll find out in less than 10 minutes if they managed or not. But of course, this is not what you want to be doing on your free day. You actually want to have some rest. At the same time, nowadays, given how good the engines are, it doesn't take too much time to come up with something random and playable as white. And especially going back to their game, especially compared to the line Ding played. Yeah, I think, not castles, but bishop takes c3, bc, castle c4. If they were happy with this position, then
you can find a lot of things like that.
Yeah, exactly. If this is your standard sort of, then it won't be a major problem at all. So yeah.
Yeah, it also seemed like in these games, another thing that they were looking at were these reverse Sicilians with d3. So that was one of the ideas, and of course they looked at and they played also games in g3.
Yeah.
In this position. Sorry, after knight c6, g3 as well.
Yeah, but the fact that they played some positions does not necessarily mean they were going to play it in the match, right? It could be, at the end of the day, they played some training games. They could just be freestyling and stuff. Say, if you will check my account on Lichess, it would be, I think it would be pretty much the same. I normally play some reasonable lines, which you can kind of suspect to be my main repertoire, but then at the same time, let's say 25% of the games will be some, random normal lines that I'm not going to ever play in a classical game, and in general, I don't even remember that I played on Lichess, but
So what do you think what first move do you think he's going to go for today? Do you think he's going to go for c4, d4, knight f3, which he hasn't tried yet, or maybe even e4?
I'm not sure.
It's pretty hard to guess today, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it would make sense to, again, given the fact they have Ricci, I guess they could try finding some little idea in the Petrov. which is normally not too difficult. Like Petrov is always solid, and black is never too worried. But at the same time, white has so many lines where white is just tiny better and he can play. Like by playing the Petrov, black is not trying to force the draw. He is just trying to be very solid and hope for the draw to sort of, you know, happen itself, kind of.
All right, so I guess I'm going to make a prediction.
Okay.
Because I don't mind being wrong. I'm going to say he's going to try knight f3 today.
Okay.
He hasn't played that yet.
So given the leak, we think he had some interest for this knight f3 g3
yeah,
stuff.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were these King's Indian attack games, and there's some systems with like b3, c4. So I think there's okay. I'm not like very convinced by my own prediction, but
why not one e3?
One e3.
Yeah.
To play like a French with an extra tempo.
Well, after e5 you can play c4. You transpose to your
it's
English. After d5 you go knight f3.
Interesting.
Huh? Why not?
And so on c5, what do you want to do?
You go d4, and then at some point they will take, and you get your London.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
Your repertoire for the next US Championship.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for covering my everything I need to know.
Yeah.
I think we basically did everything now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty clever idea. No, because I was wondering, I was like, how do I get into these London structures? Because that game was so interesting for me. You know, I really was like, how do I get this position? So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And basically here you're like getting your opponent to play this line of the English. Not everyone actually plays this move. And then it's like an e6 Sicilian, which I actually play as black.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at that. I mean,
it's a brilliant move.
We just came up with a novelty right here in the first minutes of the show, guys.
No, but Magnus, I think, played it in some blitz things. It's not too stupid, actually. I played it too in some.
And you're saying the idea on d5 is to go.
Yeah, but then you go knight f3 and you play a very reasonable line at the end of the day, c4 and stuff.
c4 and
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. That's right. Well, this is pretty popular, actually, right?
Yeah.
Knight f3, d5, e3. Just
yeah, this is like the most reasonable of all the openings that can occur.
Okay, guys, we are going to listen to Keti introduce Kunsulu Zakaria, the president of the National Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan, and the developer of Kazakhstan.
Between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. The current score is 5-4 in favor of Nepomniachtchi, and today we have an honorary guest who will open the game. And I would like to call on the stage Kunsulu Zakaria, the president of the National Academy of Science of Kazakhstan and the developer of Kazakhstan's COVID vaccine. Thank you very much. Few seconds before the start of the 10th round, and now it's time to call the chief arbiter on the stage.
His confidence. Okay, he went for a pawn move. So
probably c4.
Let's see which one it is. It's c4. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not a shock. And knight f6 still from Nepo.
And knight c3. Okay.
Knight c3.
e5.
e5. This is like their earlier game in the English.
Knight f3. How about knight f3, knight c6, d4, by the way?
Yeah, that line, that's the one that allows this bishop b4 move, right?
Yeah.
You get these double
pawns,
yeah.
White kind of has some ideas there. I think there was some recent development which was to some extent promising for white, I must say.
You're saying, okay. So he's already played knight c6 and?
e4.
e4,
okay. e4 is
yeah, so that's...
is good.
kind of similar to their other game, of course, not exactly the same because yeah, now this bishop can go to c5, which
So bishop c5 is actually an attempt to force a draw. So basically there are two moves here for black.
like there's
Yeah, bishop c5 is basically where the bishop belongs, and the only kind of downside is that it allows knight takes c5, which normally leads to a very big number of forcing lines. Okay, g4, bishop b4.
Right, yeah, this looks familiar.
D takes c5, knight takes c4. Okay, they'll keep blissing moves. We finally have some world championship.
And queen d4.
Or queen f3.
Uh-huh.
I think both are legal.
Goes
Yeah,
to
he goes
F3.
to g4 now.
No, he goes to f3.
F3? Okay.
Yeah.
Then black has many moves, I guess. Well, many is a bit too strong, but there is knight takes c3, and there is, I think, d5 too.
Nepo takes.
Yeah.
And I guess the bishop is going back to e7.
I think they go bishop a5 quite often too.
Ah, interesting.
And he went to
With the
c5,
c5,
which is
okay.
also an option. Okay.
So probably bishop d3. As you would think you would need to develop. Okay, Nepo has left the board. Does he think that Ding needs to spend some time thinking here?
Yeah, I think Ding was shaking his head a little after bishop c5.
Oh, you think this move surprised him a little bit?
No, I think he knows that this is the best move, that is probably the most straightforward draw.
Well, that's scary when I hear you saying the word draw when we're like 1 minute into the game, Daniil.
Yeah, but this is what happens in the usual World Championship match when people enter those long forcing lines. I mean, it's. I suspect strongly the best move for white is here. Oh, I don't remember, but it's probably queen g3. And then, well, then there are options. I remember that sometimes it's kind of okay for black to even sacrifice an exchange like that, which sometimes work. We're actually being told that this e4 happened in the Lichess games, which was sort of leaked. And after e4, for some reason, black tried h6 here, which once again makes me think that some of the training games were just training games.
It's interesting, this position after bishop c5 hasn't been played by too many high-rated players, actually, at least in the last couple of years. I'm going to take a look at a few more games.
Yeah, I think Fabi tried bishop a5 against Magnus. And in general, many people tried bishop a5. Bishop c5, yeah, it's probably a bit of a novelty.
Yeah, at the top level, there really doesn't seem to be much with this move.
Okay. But then it's a bit strange, like how do you even play this as white without checking bishop c5? It only makes sense if like the engine doesn't like bishop c5 at first. And
well, actually, I'll tell you, well, who was on the white side of this position once in a blitz game. It was actually Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Okay.
And he did play queen g3 here
Okay.
for white, and he was playing online 3 years ago, and the move king f8 happened. Bishop f4, d6. I don't know, his opponent was like a 2400 rated player.
Yeah, also it was probably some titled user or whatever.
Exactly.
So I don't even think Jan is aware of this game. Yeah.
Do you think he might not know that he played this himself?
No, I mean, of course not. We played like, dozens of title Tuesdays. I mean, how can you even be close to
Queen g3 really seems to be like the white's favorite move here, which makes a lot of sense, yeah?
Yeah, this is basically what they do after bishop e7 as well.
Since black can't castle.
Yeah. But then it's bad news for Ding. Basically, if he's out of the book and then feels like he is, then yeah, it's kind of a bad scenario to be entering. This is kind of a position.
Because it's too forcing.
Yeah, I mean against someone who is very well prepared. Also, it's a bit absurd not to play queen g3, right? Well, you could make an argument for playing bishop, let's say d3 first. let's say d6, queen g3. Can it ever be an option?
Just to give up the g7 pawn like that?
Well, it's black to move. But, I mean, again, it could be an option, but as white, you...
Ah, you're starting with bishop d3, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking for an alternative to queen g3.
Yeah, bishop d3, d6, and then here.
Yeah.
And then you still can't castle. Yeah, I guess this is why they keep kind of reaching this position with the king and f8.
Yeah.
And
The good news for Ding, though, is that, like, after king f8, there is, like, this vibe of the Petrov that he lost against Magnus, yeah, with this king on f8. This queen e1 check king f8 game.
so
Yeah.
the issue here is like that now black wants to maybe take the pawn or not. Maybe I can still, I don't know, should I castle or should I play bishop f4 or even bishop g5? What do you think?
Yeah, I must say here exactly it just looks fantastic for white. Maybe it is not fantastic, but I mean, at least you're not too worried as white. Even
Yeah,
if
because white's going to be able to castle. I mean, that has to be worth something.
yeah, also we are not giving up material yet. Like you can
Yeah.
even play, let's say, castles, d takes c5, queen takes c5.
Yeah, that one I was wondering about. Like,
It's a bit of a relief not to be clearly worse.
and actually, if you take on d3,
Yeah, which
can
should-
I know it looks a little
Yeah.
crazy, but can I like throw in? I don't know, rook e1.
You can.
I don't know if it
But
makes
why?
any sense. Well,
Yeah.
I was wondering like about this endgame. Okay, this I guess it's just better, yeah. Which is quite nice for white.
Yeah.
Can attack that pawn from different directions.
Yeah, also queen takes d6 is not forced at all. I mean, you can just play like queen, I don't know, h5 somewhere. And then
Yeah.
again, black is probably okay, but he's like his only side who has issues. Kind of.
Okay, so bishop c5.
Another thing that happens quite often in these lines is, let's say, queen g3, castles.
You give up the exchange.
Yeah, bishop h6, g6. Sometimes it makes sense too.
But not in this particular position, right?
I'm not sure. I think it always looks weird. So queen takes, I guess.
Yeah, but here, the compensation is so hard to see. You would need like a microscope, I think,
Yeah, maybe.
because.
Yeah, okay, d6 castles, yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably clearly better.
Okay, so queen.
So what is
g3,
the point after queen g3? g6 is also a move, of course.
Yeah, hard to believe in that one too, right?
Why?
I don't know, bishop h6. And,
Bishop f8, yeah. Something like that.
and that's quite unusual, I would say. Okay.
And then we go bishop c1, bishop g7, bishop a3, bishop f8, bishop c1. This
I
is
see the repetition.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
hold on.
how professional players
Yeah,
finish their
well,
game.
I see your point. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be taking your bishop and helping you get to g7.
Which probably makes sense too, by the way. You just go bishop e2 or d3, castles f4 quickly.
Yeah. I was wondering if there's like any point.
And like h4 or f4, yeah. Could
Because
be.
I would love to get you to take.
Yeah, but will you though?
Well, no. But still, yeah. I mean, your king is a bit weaker. Of course, I mean, a Nepo has the benefit of having some ideas prepared here because, like, to the naked eye, it doesn't look like a fun position for black to play, right?
No. Same with the whole line, actually. Like, it's not supposed to lead anywhere, but at the same time, whenever you look at it as black, you know, it's...
Yeah, Ding is probably just trying to figure out what is being planned for him.
Yeah.
We can actually take a
It's
look at a
quite
few
likely
games.
that, I mean, he's about to finally run into some really deep prep here, is my impression. Also, e4 is something that I think at the high level, it's something that's considered to be quite dangerous. I mean, it's not some random queen c2, So it's kind of a sideline, but it's a sideline that most of the people have like enormous respect to, sort of. And
So you're saying the top players are giving this movie for quite a bit of attention?
yeah, I mean, exactly. Many people tried it. Magnus played it, I think, a lot. I think Fabi tried it now. I think Ergaisi plays it quite often. It's not a joke at all. And yeah, I looked at it quite a lot in my life. Yeah, takes, bishop c5.
Okay, well, it looks like there's not even like really consensus in these blitz games. I mean, it's mainly been seen in like blitz games, this position. And on queen g3, there's been grandmaster games in both g6 and king f8.
Okay.
So we have this Rasmus Svane, who played g6.
Okay.
We can take a look. g6, bishop d3.
But then again, it is title Tuesday. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, what can I do? There's no better games.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, I mean, it's not.
I mean, in the most recent ones, I mean, yeah, again, there's just like no games of top players here. Like everything is blitz, actually. All of that.
Well, given the quantity of games people play normally online.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it probably goes to like pretty much every single position in chess, right?
But let's see. I mean, maybe Rasmus Svane had some ideas here. Queen g3, g6, bishop d3, and d5.
Okay. So bishop g5.
G5.
Yeah.
Bishop e7. Bishop takes and king takes. I don't know. This doesn't. None of this looks very convincing at all. Like I think we can already just stop here.
Yeah, he probably.
Queen h4, king d7. No. I mean,
yeah,
well, maybe, but
he probably has some great ideas, but in different openings. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think this is not something that Nepo is going to be following. Let's see if there's anything else.
Yeah.
Here we got Indian Grandmaster Murali Karthikeyan. He played king f8.
Queen g3 played by Ding meanwhile. So he played king f8 after queen g3?
Yes.
Okay.
Bishop e2, b6, castles, bishop b7.
b6, okay.
Yeah, b6.
This is quite a modern way of doing this. Okay, castles, bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop e3, queen e7.
Okay.
But I can't say that this looks very good, actually, either. It's kind of strange, right? Because white's got all these ideas with like f4. Well, black is basically struggling to get his king out from f8.
Well, it's not such a big drama, right? You trade the bishops, you play g6, king g7. I mean, you don't need to resign. Like even, let's say, here you go, let's say f4, I just, I don't know, go g6. f5 will, like at some point in white, g takes, followed by rook g8.
Okay, like rook a d1.
Yeah. I guess I just take. Or maybe I don't. But let's say I take. It is annoying, I agree. So rook e8, let's say.
Yeah, so you want to play d6.
No, I actually want to play king g7, and I'm trying to prevent f5. Which I probably failed to do, actually.
What about queen d4?
Yeah.
You're going to play d6 here?
Not necessarily.
Maybe you can.
Oh, he takes d6.
Oh, sorry, your rook on h8 hangs, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe some bishop. Yeah, I don't know. No, it looks annoying. And this is normally the case with this line. With an engine, you're like super safe everywhere, but then when you have to play, king f8 play.
King f8, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the good news, I think, for Ding, though, is that, I mean, his position is also intuitive to play, right?
Well, you say so, because we're not playing an engine, right?
Right.
Then
We're just playing, we're playing each other, so
yeah,
it feels a lot easier.
Then of course as white, kind of easier to find moves. But if black is perfect, I don't think it's such a long way for white to end up being worse.
Well, okay, like show me like just the general scenarios that black is aiming for. What is it that they want? Like, do they want to go d6?
Probably. I honestly
is that how
don't
they're
know.
going to equalize? Okay, because I think if I had to play a move here without thinking, that would be like bishop d3, right? I don't know why you would play bishop e2, like in the game that we just looked at.
Well, it really depends. Bishop e3 makes sense to me too. And yeah, Jan himself played bishop f4 as we know, yeah?
In this position,
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f4 makes sense too. I mean, I guess it depends on this idea. But we just took a look at that, right? We were taking a look at this line.
Well, another question is actually how much time are you going to spend here as white? It's kind of clear that you have reasonable moves. It's kind of clear that most of them, or probably all of them, were checked.
So Jan himself wanted to kind of play against this d6 idea, so he cleared d1 for the rook.
Yeah.
Queen e7, bishop e2.
Okay.
And his opponent played h5.
Okay. No, but then again, it was probably some titled user, and he probably played some ape with the grenade, and you know.
And I don't think you're going to be able to guess what he played in this position.
I don't know, king of 1, king d2.
King d2.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, a little bit. I guess he doesn't want to hang that pawn.
Yeah, I mean f6 is a threat, so it's either king f1 or.
Then he's going to c2. Yeah, it's just a very unusual king move.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so that was his approach. Let's see what else Ding can come up with. I mean, what would be your kind of approach being surprised like this, right? Where you understand you've run into some computer preparation.
I don't know, my approach would be to play some logical move rather quickly, in general. I would kind of give up on the idea of trying to beat an engine quite quickly. I would be quite interested in bishop g5, maybe. As I mean, f6 is something I don't believe in. There's just e takes. Then queen e8. I mean, could be the move, but it's hard to believe that I will regret it so much. Also, maybe I will. Some d6 will come. Who knows?
Do you think we ever have these crazy castles like?
Castle long. Yeah, it certainly happens quite often with the bishop on a5. So why would not it happen here?
Yeah, I mean, if Jan was willing to play like king d2, then I think we can be willing to at least consider queenside castling, which is pretty crazy, I have to say. But
then after d6, it's normally double-edged, as this queen will, in many of the lines, it will jump to a4, where it kind of causes problems. But yeah, it's really sharp. I would normally, like in Ding shoes, I would normally prefer to castle short, I must say.
Yeah, it's just a little too much to work out these kinds of ideas over the board.
And I also, for some reason, I do have some sympathy for bishop e2 compared to bishop d3.
Based on what? Like, you want the d file open?
Some weird intuition. I don't even. I don't know.
You feel, I don't know. Like
maybe in some of the lines after, let's say, d6 and d takes e5, my bishop will not be hanging. Maybe I'll have rook d1.
Right.
Hard to tell, really.
And is there any kind of like way that you can figure out which is the least likely to be the first move of the computer, like to kind of get Nepo off of his preparation? I mean, would you be thinking about that at all, or you would just be trying to?
No, I think it kind of helps when you consider aggressive moves in such a situation. Then this kind of thinking actually helps. I used it recently against Giri, for instance. So let's say you go bishop g5 and you think, okay, like it's either a very good move, then he checked it, but it's a good move, Or it is not, but then at least he'll be out of the book, and bishop g5 doesn't look too absurd to me. And yeah, I mean, if he'll be on his own, then we'll just play a game. I'm probably a little worse objectively, but I don't even get why, and I quite like my position. So we can do that. Let's say h4 is also, I mean, okay, h4 is not...
Yeah, I thought about that as
Yeah.
like a move that seems like it's not going to be the best, but like certainly could throw your opponent off
Yeah,
of his computer prep.
not the worst either, yeah.
It's just the problem is that like they're going to be attacking your center soon, right? So you feel like this is maybe a little illogical,
Yeah,
keeping your king in the center and not doing any development.
yeah, I tend to agree.
I mean,
Bishop e2, yeah, I don't know. Why would I like bishop e2 at all? It's hard to tell.
all right, let's try bishop d3 again.
Okay.
Well, since it's not that easy for you to play g6 and close the bishop, I don't know, it just seems like a natural move.
Okay. Okay, first of all, let me try d6.
Yeah, so d6. Basically, here I could play bishop f4,
Yeah.
or I could castle. Well, let's actually try bishop f4. I just want to see. Okay, bishop f4. Yeah, I want to see what your point is in this position.
Well, there's no point necessarily. Well, I could take on e5, play f6, for instance. Then I'm in time to at least give a check.
Give a check. So
Yeah.
if I take, you're like, your point is the check.
Yeah.
And then we have like a similar king situation.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, should I consider going to d2 if I'm like really brave?
I thought you would, yeah.
Yeah. But then bishop f2,
At least exists. That is true.
I have to look at that.
I still kind of like white. Like, let's say you take on f2, you play rook e1. It feels like you're like a bit faster with developing your pieces somehow. Yeah. It's not obvious. Maybe I don't need to take on f2.
Yeah.
Or maybe I just did everything wrong. But maybe I start with d5, not d6, but d5. This was my second idea.
So what's the point of this? You know, I have to say, just looking at it, I don't see the point of black's position at all. Like, it looks like, well, what does black have here? White just castles, you have a king on f8, I have like an extra pawn in the center.
Yeah, but it's kind of normal for the Petrovs that Jan plays quite often.
Yeah, but this
Sometimes it kind of works. Bishop e6, I don't know.
I would be shocked if this position that we have in front of us is not like just better for white. All right.
I kind of tend to agree, but at the same time, yeah, I don't think it can be too bad for black either. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I think that it's probably just okay for black.
So basically, you have an annoying threat on this pawn.
Yeah, which you could ignore too.
I could give it up.
Yeah.
All right. Shall I?
Yeah.
Shall I?
Yeah, I mean, I must say it's...
Let's go for it. And
some bishop e4, yeah?
yeah, I don't know if I wanted to go here or here. What do you think? Because I mean, on this move...
I think it was anyway better to play bishop e3 instead of king h1 then. If you are doing this...
you want me to trade the bishops with you?
Yeah, I guess you
Yeah.
take with the queen, and then after d takes c4,
Yeah.
there is no stopping you, basically.
I mean, I guess I could look at this move, but that's
Yeah, but
probably not the point.
Yeah, it's probably quite early for black. I would be more worried about some bishop e4 or bishop c2, yeah.
All right, let's go bishop c2.
Okay.
Let's see how important your extra pawn is.
No. Well, again, it's pretty much the same. Like, I can't believe that black is okay, but it looks very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nice thing for Ding is if he can finally get Nepo off his prep. I mean, the positions, you know, seem kind of promising for white, and maybe
Yeah.
he's going to be able to drum up some nice initiative like he's been doing in the last couple of games.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like, so right here, so let's see, for one pawn, for one double pawn that you have, I have my center pawn majority, like a really obvious plan, better development, and a safer king.
Yeah. No, in a practical game, it's just a free roll for white, of course.
Yeah. So let's go back. So maybe it is about like challenging this pawn. I don't know.
I think it is in general, one of the most difficult things in chess, even for the best players, to actually play without, basically to play without castling, and to play the position where you cannot connect your rooks quickly. This is actually something that I've always been bad at, to be honest. But I saw so many like games where white tried to attack with some h4 rook h3, and then it looks brilliant, but then normally this rook would just go back, and you know, it would never work, more or less.
Yeah, it's a little hard for Ding, right? Because he just doesn't know what's really in store for him, right? So it's like a little hard to make long-term judgments on these moves that all look possible.
Yeah. Well, there are also h5s as an idea. Still, I mean, after bishop d3, for instance, okay, I can play h5, but I don't want to.
Because what's the point? I guess I'm
like to
probably
play
gonna go h4.
To play h4 and, you know, to kind of improve your rook a little. But let's say even castles, h4, queen f3. Doesn't black look like an idiot here? I think he does.
Well, he looks a lot worse developed.
Yeah, which is kind of similar in this case, yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah, bishop g5 here, h4.
Yeah.
They all look possible.
Yeah, or bishop g5 followed by h4 actually after bishop e7. Yeah. I don't know.
How much of an advantage is it when you've played some opening variations with both colors?
What do you think?
What, you want me to tell you what I think?
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I don't have that many openings that I've had to play with both colors. And I guess I don't really feel like it's that much of an advantage. It's a little bit annoying, actually, to play against, like, let's say, your favorite lines. Yeah, so I don't know if it really helps you understand the position better, like having played it with both colors, but go ahead.
No, I think it does. But at the same time, I mean, nowadays calling it an advantage is a bit too much, as basically everybody plays everything. And then what can I do, right? Let's say, I mean, the Berlin exists. Let's say I play it as black. Then, okay, I want to play 1e4. So what am I supposed to do? You know, if I play the Italian, then again, I had to face the Italian as black on my way to the Berlin defense. So I mean, it's basically, it kind of makes sense when we're talking some rare openings. Then it does make sense. Let's say playing King's Indian as black certainly helps playing it as white. But then, you know, it's because most of the people only play it as white. But when we are talking some very popular openings, very normal ones, then it probably helps a little, but it's like everybody does it. It's an advantage that everyone has then.
So you recently added like e4 to your repertoire, right? Because you didn't play it that much before. Or have you been playing e4 all along?
I mean, I've been trying from time to time. I don't think the quantity of games where I do it like increased dramatically. No, I think at the high level it's basically when you play white, it's basically you always check what's up in the 1e4. Yeah, he played bishop e2 for some reason. We have the same weird intuition. So you check what's up in 1e4, and if it's not Berlin, and especially if it's not 1e5 at all, then you look at it like it's a gift. And then you do it, you know, regardless of 1e4 being your favorite move or not, sort of.
So if you saw someone that played the Sicilian, you would be like, oh, I definitely want to play 1e4 against them.
Well, it's definitely, it's definitely a very, very good option. At least you'll normally get a game, which is already quite something. So yeah, same with 1d4. Like everybody plays the semi-tarish. I mean, again, if after 1d4 the guy plays a Slav, for instance, then I mean, okay, it's such a gift. A Slav, we get a game.
Okay, Jan was clearly remembering something, and he played the move d6.
Yeah, it feels like he managed to recall the right line.
Okay. And
Or
also,
at
it feels
least
like maybe
some line.
bishop e2. It felt like bishop e2 was not like choice number one in his preparation, just from
His facial expression.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
like it felt like it was somewhere there, but it wasn't like absolutely choice number one. That's the way I interpreted Jan's expressions there. But he did come up with d6 anyway.
Okay, could be. Well, d6 you kind of play anyway, I suspect. It's basically d6 or d5 that you can play.
Yeah, and bishop f4 seems like very sensible to me here. I mean, you got to develop this bishop, but maybe there's other moves.
Yeah, castles is also reasonable. I'm not sure if black wants to take on e5 in general. He probably does, but somehow I'm not convinced. So let's say castles. Do you really play d takes e5? No.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, he plays bishop f4. Okay.
Yeah, and by the way, on castles, one of my issues was there queen e7, like trying to maybe get the queen trade
Yeah, probably.
using the hanging bishop on e2?
Probably. I still had some weird moves like queen h5. And I quite often struggle to evaluate those objectively. Like from the practical point of view, I always like white in this kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like I have double pawns, but imagine I have no pawn on c4 at all. So I mean, my structure is okay. Your king is somewhere in the middle of the board.
It's funny, like looking at this opening for Jan, I have to say, like, I'm still waiting to see like black's concept here, right? Because it's just not obvious. This whole thing with the king on f8, the worst developments, like what exactly is making him, so confident in black's position here.
And look, he's actually sitting in the room. He knows it's black to move.
Yes.
And well, it's not that he rushed to the board immediately.
To give an answer to bishop f4,
Yeah, which kind of means he's at least a little bit confused. It's not that he's necessarily out of the book,
right?
but it's kind of clear that he's not 100% sure what the move is for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the nice point about not having the bishop on d3 is that you can go rook d1 with like this immediate attack on the pawn.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of having the bishop there, right?
Yeah. Thank you. You finally helped me.
I acknowledged
Yeah,
your
yeah,
idea.
Yeah. Helped me to kind of justify my intuition some way at least. I don't know.
All right, so go ahead. Try to come up with a move for black.
Well, I don't want to. I prefer to wait. But yeah, maybe something like bishop f5 or bishop e6.
Yeah, so...
But yeah, again, I'm going to say this, I'm not the best player in the world when it comes to playing with this king in the center. I'm pretty good, attacking it. And pretty much everybody is, yeah? I mean, it's much easier to attack here as white than to defend as black.
Yeah.
This is in general, sorry for interrupting, this is in general one of the drawbacks, one of the downsides of the concept that Jan has. Facing sidelines with something very, very concrete. Let's say after this e4, right, you basically, you have bishop b4, where white wants to play d3, then you go d6. You play bishop c5 at some point after h3, you go a5, you castle. This is basically the Sicilian with colors reversed, and white is some tempest up, so let's say there is this line e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, e5. And then you kind of play it as with colors reversed, and also here white would normally play bishop c4, and in the game we have like bishop b5, d6, and then the bishop will go back eventually. So it's like your 2 tempest up in this position is black compared to the normal line. And it's a, you know, it's a quiet line that you can play without a real risk of being crushed in 20 moves. And then bishop c5 is something that you basically do to force things, and you say, okay, I actually learned it all by heart. I know how to play this. So basically, if you go d3, I'm a tempo up comparing to the previous line, and there is knight g4 first of all, and after bishop e2, d6, let's say it's just a free tempo for black. So as black, you're saying, I know it's only knight takes c5, takes d4, I go bishop b4, I go knight takes c4, and then this position, yes, it's kind of easier to play for white, but I studied everything. I mean, I checked all the queen g3s, and just move by move it works. I'll learn it by heart, and then it will be problematic for you to kind of force me to play a game, as this kind of position in general is not slow. Like, it's not that you can be slow as white, just, you know, go bishop e2, castles, I don't know, h3, and try to create problems. This is obviously not the case. White's pawn structure is not ideal. Black is about to play d6. If black will develop, he will be just in a brilliant shape. So it's kind of clear that the number of attempts for white is limited, and you can try to, you know, to check them all, and basically come up with a draw by force in all the lines, and then you go play it. But the problem is that once you mix up the things, then it becomes a very, very unpleasant scenario, as it is clearly easier to play for white, and you know from your prep that in most of the lines black had to be incredibly precise, and then it's a little bit stupid. So you basically, if you are confused, you know that it's quite likely that you're very close to the line and you have to play the only moves, and also you don't remember what those moves are.
Yeah, and then you're not even coming to the board. I guess you're trying to figure it out from the rest area. I mean, I think he's been there for a while, actually.
Yeah. But it's kind of
look at him. He's really focused on remembering things.
Yeah. But it's kind of typical in this kind of situation. Let's say you do this as black. Like, if you manage to recall it, and the game finishes, I mean, in a draw, it moves like 22 or something. You're so happy with yourself. You're like, cool. This guy wanted to play, and I had it all prepared, and I actually prevented him from even trying, sort of. But if you mix up things a little, then during the game it's exactly the opposite. You think, well, I could have played bishop b4 followed by d6. Like, there is no way it would be this bad by move, what is it, 12 now, right? And then, normally your thinking is very much result-oriented in this case. Here, exactly given the fact he's thinking, it's kind of a promising situation for Ding, actually.
But also, it's not even clear, like, I mean, what is there to be so surprised about? I mean, bishop e2 only, right? It might be that Ding's bishop e2 kind of was not the main move, even though, you know, it's certainly a very logical one. And then he just goes d6, and again, bishop f4 is super logical. So, I mean, it's very similar to what he was doing himself, right?
Yeah, to some extent it is, I agree.
I mean, of putting the rook there. So, yeah, it's hard to know what he's really surprised by, but I mean, if we just look at the position, it's not really clear where, like, the forced draws are going to come from. I guess if you one day trade a bunch of things, you can play, you know, white has these isolated pawns that are bad for the end game, but it's not like you can really force the queens off the board so easily.
Well, sometimes you can, but no, it's something like d takes e5, bishop takes e5, f6, as we were trying, I guess. Let's say bishop takes e7, queen e7, or something like that. It could be that, let's say, castles, queen takes e2 is a...
Yeah, I was just looking at that, Queen, castles, you want to sack the bishop, and...
And then I take, and it could be that for some reason this is draw by force, let's say. And then white does not have, like, too many good alternatives. And then you can believe it. Like, if this works, you're like, sure, after bishop f4, I'll play queen e7 2, for instance. Then I go bishop e5, king f7, I'm probably okay.
So you think like some of the ideas could involve sacking this pawn?
Yeah,
Although we don't have to castle.
my first intention would be to castle here, like, immediately. Like, there is no way white can be worse, right?
To castle immediately.
Yeah.
But not castling long.
Probably not.
Yeah, then queen e2, I don't know, bishop a3 looks a little scary.
Well, you have rook d8 check there. It kind of makes sense. It
Yeah,
just
but
doesn't
bishop
work
a3,
tactically.
it's gonna be like mate, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And basically, I mean, so what do you want here? You want the king on f7, I see. You kind of want to get the king out and get the rook somewhere
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I also want to play bishop f5, rook e8.
Yeah.
Your king is also in the center, right? It's not that I'm the only one having
So
this
you're
kind
basically
of
saying these pawns don't matter, that's why you're willing to give me the c7 pawn. And then
Yeah,
this is the key line, and then we have to like really look at this.
Yeah, and then let's say after rook a to e1, now I see that there is at least bishop takes f2 check. And queen takes.
Oh, you're trading.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're trading, and then you go, I don't know, king f7 or
Yeah.
something. Could be that white is still pressing here. Rook f2 e2.
Oh, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's hard to imagine with that square like that you won't be okay somehow.
well, it could be that white has some pressure still, but yeah, it shouldn't be
Yeah.
shouldn't be lost probably.
Okay, so that's a trick, I see. Maybe that at least kind of makes some sense for what could be black's point, because you're trying to address the problem of the king, so I get that.
Yeah.
What did he do? He did queen e7, I think?
Yeah.
Is that the move on the board? Yes. It's
Yeah, queen e7 could actually quite weirdly transpose to the to the line we had. So if
Right.
white castles short, black could actually take on e5.
You're gonna take
And then, yeah, bishop takes e5, f6.
f6.
This allows bishop d4, though, as an additional option. I don't know how great this is. Probably not great at all, to be honest. But who knows?
So now I have choices, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop d6 or try to take, can I try to take your bishop, or is it just too crazy?
I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I
Bishop
get it.
d6 is not something I'm worried about, for
Yeah,
sure.
so here you're going to go queen, what? No,
Well,
queen c7, there's queen e7.
Yeah, I suggest rook f to e1 for the time being, and yeah, maybe queen g4. Then there is queen e3 check, maybe. You know, it's things could happen. Queen a3 check, I kind of like. Let's say king f7, queen e7, king g6, rook e3. It could be that you're okay, but it could be that you're lost. Maybe queen takes d4 works, and then you have this miraculous bishop g4, and it worked, but maybe not. And maybe I had something better. But you start to like really feel worried as black looking at such lines.
All right, so we got queen e7 on the board with probably the idea of taking and some sort of f6.
Yeah.
And Ding, what are his options now? So we looked at castles, that's kind of the big one.
Well, e takes d6 is a bailout, right?
Yeah, e takes d6 doesn't really feel right, yeah? Does it?
Well, it doesn't feel wrong either. It just feels like this is more or less a draw.
What are you going to play for white here? Are you going to still try to castle, or?
Yeah, but if I'm castling, then I'm probably doing this.
The wrong way.
Yeah.
Then you want to just castle.
Yeah. No, my point is that you could just take on d6. Let's say if you believe the guy, that he has it all analyzed, then you just, you can take on d6 twice and,
All right, well, we're going to let Ding ponder his next move. Is he going to castle or not? We're going to wait and see, guys, and we're going to see you in a few minutes after our first break.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, yeah, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, yeah. So I tried, like, yeah, not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kazakhstan's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and yeah, I think just not playing too much, yeah, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, yeah, it was really important, like, to have like so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result. Like, you hit the space bar and you get the result. Like, the amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And yeah, okay, I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but yeah, it's still an experience, so maybe that's a little bit like something which probably favors me. I can only praise him, like, yeah, he's very, he's very consistent, yeah, he's capable of like playing almost as good as an engine, yeah, and I think pretty much as well as Magnus, he doesn't have like obvious like weak points in his play. He's absolutely brilliant chess player. So it goes just without saying, and yeah, probably if I'll be lucky to find some weaker spots in in his armor, then would be fine. If not, then okay, I'll fight as it is.
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting. I think in recent times we never had this many decisive games. There were like 5 decisive games or something. So it's very interesting. And in my opinion, Jan is a slight favorite because he has the experience of playing a World Championship match already. But Ding has made multiple comebacks in this tournament. He lost and then he won, he lost, he won. And I was a bit disappointed by the loss day before yesterday, but rest all I think it produced some very exciting games. It's a bit new, so in the last few World Championships it was like all mainstream theory and people trying to find ideas there, and in this they both are trying to deviate as early as possible and try to get a fresh game. I believe both are confident of outplaying the other player, so they're just trying to get a game.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Game 10, and Nepo is showing his preparation in the English Opening. It's definitely a very unusual looking position for someone who hasn't previously seen these kinds of positions, with the king on f8, black not being castled, and black suddenly just pushed the pawn to h5. So tell us, Daniil, what is that move about?
Well, the idea is quite concrete. Black basically wants to play h4, chasing the white queen aways, and the pawn on e5 will be under attack. So first of all, let me praise Ding a little, who played rook d1. Rook d1 is a good move, as indeed it seems that, yeah, I checked it briefly, that our line was just good. And then after rook a to e1, black has few moves, but bishop takes f2 is good enough for safety. So this is why rook d1 is better. The point is that after d takes e5, bishop takes e5, f6, bishop takes e7, unlike in the previous lines, the bishop is not hanging yet. And white is going to play something like rook d2, and then just castle. And he's a bit better. This is not the end of the world either, it seems, but yeah, indeed, white will have an extra pawn, and the king will still be on f7 for quite some time. So Jan played h5 instead, which creates a threat of h5, h4. And now I guess the most sort of ambitious way of playing for white would be to castle, ignoring h4. And then there is this queen d3, where d takes e5, queen d8 check is good for white. But the problem is that g5 is kind of legal.
Wow.
And then after e takes d6, c takes d6, bishop takes d6 is quite forced.
And then you're going to go into some endgame,
Yeah, and
like
then
king e7.
yeah, and then you trade where, I mean, and yeah, white can.
Bishop e6, king e7.
Yeah, exactly. White can
There's not much.
Can pretend to be a little better, but once again, you're not supposed to lose this kind of a position in the World Championship match. So this is probably the idea. The only alternative I kind of found
How about h4? Can we do that right here?
is white.
Yeah, after h5, h4.
Sure, this you can do, but then bishop g4 will be an issue in some of the lines, like I guess takes, and maybe bishop g4 here even.
Wow, so basically I can't, if I take, I won't be able to castle. And that's actually, I mean, it looks a lot like Nepo's own game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so that's why he wound up going king d2. Is it not like the exact
Well, it's kind of
same position?
It's kind of close, indeed.
I mean, it's actually, it's so close, it's exactly the same.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, cool.
I mean, that's
is funny.
Nepo's own blitz game has actually reached this exact position.
Yeah, this is funny.
And that is why he, you know, he took, and when he realized he can't castle because of this pawn, he wound up making this move that we talked about like a long time ago. All right, but it's not going to go in that direction because Ding did not play h4.
Yeah, he
just
decided
castled.
to castle short. Yeah.
And you said that is like, well, the most principled move, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to play as white, that's what you do. And then h4, queen d3, g5 is good, but white has bishop e3, I guess. I mean, I looked at it briefly.
G5, and so yeah, we could try not to take that pawn.
Yeah, bishop e3 was not that e takes d6 was.
So basically, you're saying if you take, we're going to throw in that.
No, I think
Or just take with the queen.
Okay, one more attempt.
One more attempt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to take with the pawn and open up the rook, huh?
Yeah, I guess this is what the engine wanted.
You know,
at
this
least.
move is not crazy, right? This first attempt of mine.
No, it could be that I am even wrong. Maybe the engine wanted it after e takes d6, e takes d6.
Uh-huh.
And then f takes.
And like f takes, yeah. And we have a position with a very unusual pawn structure.
Yeah.
Pawns are even. But, I mean, you are going to be playing your bishop here. I guess you'll try to get your king there, although there's this issue.
Yeah.
And so maybe, okay, we need to think a little bit about how black arranges this. Do they try to play queen e5 and basically just give away that pawn?
Or king g7. Yeah, in general, I don't see queen takes d6 as a threat.
Right, and the problem
guess,
is on this check, you always have that block.
Yeah. So as black, I would be more worried about some, I don't know, bishop f3, bishop d5.
But it feels like black is going to hold on in this position, I have to say.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
You know,
Yeah.
very solid. I mean, this g5 move is kind of an unusual resource.
Yeah, after h4, queen d3.
Yeah, h4, and basically I gotta go there, right? I mean, there's nothing else that makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just like, if I go there, you just take the pawn.
Yeah. No, I mean, of course, queen d3 is his plan.
Yeah.
He's not going to.
So the point here,
Give up
guys,
all
is
the
that
pawns.
you can't, that like, if you take.
Can't is actually a bit too
Yeah,
strong,
maybe
yeah,
strong,
but
but queen d8 is a big problem.
Yeah.
So that's why this move g5. If it wasn't for that, I mean, this would be quite nice for white, but g5 is a big resource.
Actually, I think bishop e6 is kind of more or less okay too. But g5 just looks very, very straightforward to me.
Yeah, and there's very little I can do to like decline from bishop e3, or
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 playing this ending, which
Yeah.
is a little bit better, but maybe
So we
not
looked
much.
at this position, and we did not even mention this move. Why is that? Why didn't we even mention this as possible?
Well, I just thought black has many options.
Yeah.
I was just kind of more worried about being much worse as white. Here, after let's say bishop d4, these terms I'm not too worried. Also, maybe I should
Maybe
be
you
actually.
should be a little worried. I don't know. I'm going to be going king g7, and even queen f6. I don't know what's better, but like maybe queen f6.
Yeah, probably go f4. But I agree. It looks like it's white sort of trying to prove he is okay, not black trying to survive some attacks that we don't even see.
And there's some attack, right? Like if I go there.
Yeah, queen d2, rook takes f4.
Yeah.
No, there is some attack.
I
yes.
mean, I need to like. It can get a little wild.
Yeah, g4, f5.
Five,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
And
But
this-
still, somehow white pieces don't strike me as you know, something you need to be really worried as black.
Yeah, probably black can, navigate this carefully. But this is kind of one of the more unclear positions, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're saying, like, basically simpler for black is to throw in this bishop trade first.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that bishop e3 is normal. Maybe it's c takes d6. But here I thought f takes, queen takes e5. And at first I was kind of puzzled. As queen g6, there's bishop e6, I guess. I was kind of puzzled and I couldn't really figure out what's.
Where's white's compensation?
Yeah, kind of. But then I saw bishop h5, and I thought, well, this I can at least like force myself to believe.
Okay, so your idea is
still
like,
hard?
if the rook takes, then this is a very powerful double attack.
Yeah, actually, even this position, as we're speaking about it, even here, bishop e6, queen takes h5, king g7. Actually, if given a choice, I probably take black.
Wow, okay, let's try to understand that. So you got 7 pawns, I got 6 pawns. So you have like bishop and pawn for the rook. My pawn structure is terrible. Lots of weak pawns here for white. Your queen is excellent.
Yeah, there's basically no way this is, I
You
guess.
can always kick me out.
Yeah, and the key thing is that, there is no way to chase this queen away from e5.
Yeah, this very solid piece is holding everything.
Yeah, looks very nice for black.
Oh, wow, okay, so even that is an idea. So,
But maybe this whole bishop e3 is just my mind joking. Maybe it's e takes d6, e takes d6, bishop e3.
yeah, throw in the trade and then take like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Finally, we get a tweet from Vishy. This is one of my favorite parts of the show, is when we
Okay.
read his tweets. He says, Ding's opening choices with white are very modern. I spent very little time on any of his choices in this match before my own.
Okay.
So he's saying, okay, that when he was preparing for his matches, he wasn't really investigating the lines that Ding is going for.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense. The engines were different. it was not clear that the Catalan is a draw by force in the main line with d takes c4 and b5 and bishop b7. So basically there was no reason for white to be looking for a surprise value this much.
Well, you're okay. Show us the draw by force in the Catalan, because we want to make my openings a little bit better while we're at it.
I mean, it's not exactly by force, but there is this line, which Jan actually played against Magnus, and we had one idea there is white, which Magnus played, I think, in game 2.
Yeah, castles, and right away like DC.
Yeah, queen c2.
So why aren't people playing queen a4 then if they want to avoid this b5?
Well, after a6, here you want a4.
Oh,
so
okay.
this is why not queen a4. I mean, you can try that, but it's a different line.
Yeah.
But the problem here is a5. Then in the match, we tried this knight e5 once, which Jan was not aware of. He was like much worse after the openings, and he was winning. The game finished in a draw. But yeah, this one is a draw. Well, then there is knight c3, which is also a draw, but the way some online games normally start is something like, I guess, this.
So white is up a pawn, but can't really use it.
Yeah, but it's not even the end of the line. So how do they do this? They probably go c5, like bishop e3, I think knight e4. Like in some order, this happens. Takes, knight c3. I guess, I don't remember if it matters, but let's say takes, knight c2, queen g2, takes.
Right, so yeah, I've seen Naka play this
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And then they go bishop f6, something like queen f4, queen b8, takes, e3, bishop takes e3, f3.
Yeah, and he defends for like 50 moves.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, you know, when it was Vish's time, first of all, I think the engines were not that optimistic about like holdable endgames. Say, like 10 years ago, I don't think, even if you look at this line, it would normally be considered as a decent outcome for white. Now, when you have this lever 0 and stuff, it just says it's a dead draw. It shows you a fortress kind of, and it's much easier to also learn how to hold it as black. Secondly, this line did not exist at all, I think. Let's say when Vishy played Topalov or even Magnus. So things changed, and people would normally play some sharp lines in the Catalan, where they would try to get a decent game as black, but not to force a draw from the opening. And times change.
So basically, the Catalan these days in top level chess is not that's the main problem with it, is this b5 move.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean you cannot try, but yeah, certainly for the World Championship match, for instance, this is your first and biggest question is white.
I see.
Yeah, and this was actually the case in the previous match. Like we thought, all right, I mean, there are many lines, they are interesting, but there is this. And then we had this 95 attempt, which kind of, worked opening-wise and didn't work in terms of the result.
It's one of the earlier games in the match. That was a very sharp game.
Yeah, I think it's literally game 2.
Magnus, he sacked the exchange, or who sacked it?
Yeah, exactly. It's literally game 2. So this is as the first game is white that he had. And then, we kind of decided to shut it down for quite some time, as we did not really have a refutation of that line, let's say.
All right, so here we got Ding having castled, and we're waiting for h4 from Nepo. He's still thinking about it. It's a little strange, right? Because if you go h5 and you're allowed to play h4, you would think that he would be playing that sooner, but I guess okay, he has time to work out the details, right?
Well, I mean, as well, you remember the ideas normally as black, but it's not that. I mean, it's not the only lines that you looked at in the morning, and it could be that he did not look at it, let's say yesterday and the day before yesterday, and maybe today too, and then he remembers the ideas. But I mean, you just want to be, sure.
Okay, so g5, we looked at this, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna take.
Yeah, maybe bishop e3 here is a better attempt. Oh, bishop takes d6, we have kind of kind of discussed. If it happens, we'll go deeper. But in general, it's clearly a little bit better for white.
You know what's sad is that white cannot get that bishop there.
Why not?
Because you're not going to give me that chance. But it would be nice if I did have that chance. Because, I mean, once you take and like spoil my pawn structure too, you know, then it's like, yeah, I'll get the open F file, but my pawn structure is going to be a real mess.
Yeah, but you cannot have everything.
Yeah.
Also, once again, this is my advice. Try to look at it a different way. So let's say king g7 happens here.
Yeah.
Well, like imagine there is no pawn on e3. You still have a decent compensation. You'll play bishop f3, you'll play bishop d5. You'll collect d6.
Well, in a way, not having the pawn there is in some ways better. That's the thing, though, right? It's because then I can actually attack your queen that's going to settle on e5.
Yeah.
So.
But let's play some moves here. So let's say I go bishop f3. Is it like that simple for black, though?
Okay, you want to latch on to this pawn.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I need my queen on e5, but I mean, I think the only other move I can think of is like maybe rook e8. Let's throw in rook e8 and see what you got.
But rook e8 allows some dirty things already, like bishop h5. It could become quite uncomfortable. And then after bishop e6, I have this annoying check from d4.
Yeah. If I block my queen, then I definitely am not going to feel
so I guess
happy.
both we feel strongly that the setup black is looking for is the one with the queen on e5 and bishop on e6.
All right.
But probably you're not in time to get both, actually. So queen e5, I go bishop d5.
By the way, I also have some interesting ideas like that, where I can try to hold that pawn. And generally...
Which no one wants to take, anyway.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea.
At the same time, after queen e5, maybe I'm just doing well tempi-wise. Maybe, exactly.
That's what I mean. I'm afraid that at some point you actually will take this pawn.
Yeah.
And then, you know, because of your bishop being so good here, like I might not be getting out my bishop.
h4 played by Jan, meanwhile.
Okay.
Now I'm pretty sure queen d3 will...
So here white has an extra pawn, actually, kind of more active pieces. And black still has to do some work, right?
Yeah, unless it's a big problem already, like bishop d5 is coming, then c5. Yeah, it's not...
Well, that's why I was suggesting this, the useless rook h6.
Okay. But rook h6 is a very, very, very inspiring move for white. It means that at least your like so-called threats are kind of treated respectfully.
Yeah.
And then we play game. Like it's not that black got everything. Like even let's say if I go rook b1 at some point.
How about bishop d5?
Yeah, bishop d5 too, of course. Yeah. You probably play bishop e6. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Otherwise, I
guess
don't see.
But I didn't get the queen to e5. So now you can like give me your check.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. No, here it's probably still okay for black, but at least.
But it's getting a little bit awkward. I would say, isn't it? I mean.
It's solid. I mean, you'll play rook a8, you'll play b6, maybe.
Yeah, I guess like, you know, when you take and I take, then we can really see the point of this rook on h6.
Yeah. Then again, some rook f5 will be there. Like, the game will go. It's not that... it's not that it's super comfortable for black. I think black is okay, but still he has to be precise. Also, I quite liked... Yeah, queen d3, I think, played. Is it what? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he does. So, I also liked rook b1 instead of bishop d5, actually.
Okay, right here?
Yeah.
b1.
Which is a bit annoying, like I'm stopping bishop e6, and after rook b8 I have a queen d4 check followed by queen takes e7. And then you have to play something, it's not that simple either.
Yeah, so you're stopping my development, right? So...
Yeah.
It's a little tricky. How do I get this bishop out? I can't move my b pawn.
No, it's not trivial at all, actually.
Okay, hold on. So maybe I just need a little bit more accuracy then. So I
Well,
took, you
yeah.
took. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's think from here.
Yeah.
Because even from King G7 was not, let's say,
Yeah, the moves we played were
Forced.
not, were not the only moves for sure.
so should we start with the queen coming here then?
Probably. But then again, I have a feeling things might happen after.
So we looked at bishop h5 here, right?
No, I think we looked at bishop h5 with a different pawn structure, right?
No, it was this one.
No, yes, we did. Zero the pawns on e5 and c7. So as black, you took on h5.
But we looked at it with this queen already being here, remember?
Yeah, but the pawn on c7 was there. The pawn structure was much better. So we tried bishop e3 without e takes d6, which makes a massive
It
difference,
was
of
like
course.
here, here.
So we literally had the pawn on c7 in this position. It's like exactly the same position, but
okay.
yeah, the pawn was on c7, which is quite an important pawn. It could actually be that you can still do that, but it's a different story. Also, I have a feeling c5 should not be pointless.
Just giving, like it reminds me of his pawn sack in the first game that he won in this match. He played this pawn sack with c5.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try to understand your idea. So it has something to do with queen g6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of like trying to destabilize. Okay, so.
Yeah, but I don't yet have an idea. I'm just, I don't know. Like intuitively, this allows something. What is it something though? I'm not sure. Maybe queen g6.
So how greedy can I be?
Well, there is no limit, I'm afraid. King h1?
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, shall we just go here, or shall we go for the ugly queen e7? I suggest.
Well,
we-
the
yeah.
ugly queen e7 runs into bishop c4.
Yeah, that's what I felt.
Yeah.
I felt like it was a little too ugly,
Yeah.
and then we kind of collapse on that square, don't we?
Yeah.
All right. So how about we go for the bishop e6 defense?
Yeah, that's probably what you do. But it still looks very scary. I mean, I think it's just, to be fair, I think it's just bad. Some bishop g4 is there. Also, like, at very least, I have queen f6, which is kind of good enough to say I clearly have
Yeah, bishop
compensation.
g4 is interesting.
Yeah.
So let's keep going. But I mean, yeah, your threats are even like this, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, queen takes c1 is there for the moment, but yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's keep going a little bit. If I can just bring in some pieces to defend. Of course, this looks super scary for black.
Yeah. You don't have threats as well, so I could just maybe improve like rook f6 or something. Maybe even h3.
So you're threatening taking, not just improving, but just winning.
Ah, yeah, this is good news. I thought I'm threatening rook d to f1, but yeah.
Yeah, combined with this. Yeah, it looks very hard because I'm playing without this rook. The check
Yeah.
isn't really helping. The attack on the queen is not really helping.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
So could you please play king e7?
Can I please play that?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
And then
I'm
there is
nice.
yeah. Well, I want okay.
Did you want something else?
Yeah, I wanted rook takes f7, which I thought is way more elegant.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not fair that you keep tricking me with these lines. Like I feel like I know what you want to do, and then yeah, okay, that is a lot nicer.
Yeah, and then
You got
after
the geometry.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
after king d8 we have rook takes d6.
I got to read you this thing. Sometimes I take pictures of what things people say about us on YouTube,
Okay.
right? So this one is good.
Okay.
This guy says, Dubov is like a genius poet who was forced to commentate on the Chess World Championship.
Okay.
It's quite nice, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I thought that was a good moment to read that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I should definitely be someone who has nothing to do with chess, at least.
All right, so David Howell, grandmaster from England and a popular chess commentator, says,
Yes.
not sure if this has been said already, but game 10 today really reminds me of the Carlsen-Nepo-Petrov game from game 8 of the 2021 match. Black king on f8, pawn on h5, all knights off the board, etc. And we all know how that turned out.
Oh, I have a feeling someone has said that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think you mentioned that at the very beginning. The moment you saw king on f8, you talked about that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back a little bit and see the current position on the board. So Nepo is thinking after queen d3. But at least, the good news is that I think in our analysis, we've been able to generate some play for white.
Yeah.
And it has not been like a dead draw in these lines with g5.
Yeah, but it's like typical us, right? It's because we basically want
There to be a game.
Yeah. So we, from both sides, we are trying to get a game here, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. But again, we throw in this capture.
Yeah.
They take.
Mm-hmm.
We go here. And yeah, I mean, I actually think it's very likely that we're going to see this structure.
Yeah, let's say if you don't take on a3, we have bishop d4 at least, right?
Yeah.
And we are, it's not that we are necessarily better.
But you'll never take my bishop on d4, right? Like once I put it there, if you take it, you're like improving my position so much that I don't think you can.
I'll probably play queen f6, king g7 there. Like I wouldn't be so
Pessimistic.
so strong about it, yeah. But at the same time, it's clear that I mean, once we get this as white, we're kind of happy. It's not that white will necessarily be better.
Okay,
but yeah.
so maybe you're right. Let's take a look. If you don't open up the f file, so I guess the only other logical move is something like king g7.
Yeah, or bishop e6, but yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say king g7.
Bishop d4.
Okay.
All right.
So let's say I take.
Take. And
g5 played. Okay.
so let's say I just go for this position.
Yeah, and then black plays something like, I don't know if I need to include h3, g3. My feeling would be that probably not yet. So let's say I go queen f6. No, I don't think it's such a big
So
drama.
bad, yeah.
My pawns here are so advanced, which is actually like, it's an unusual scenario, but here exactly I think it's very much in black's favor. Compared to the position, let's say, with the pawns on g6 and h7, black has a brilliant version. You'll have to watch out for some h3s all the time. And then I go bishop f5. No, it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, because somehow, okay, the pawn structure has improved, but like the dynamic possibilities have, let's say, not improved, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Ding has thrown in the capture on d6.
Yeah, which without an engine we also thought is a very reasonable thing to do anyway.
Yeah, so we're expecting CD, right? Not so much. I mean, yeah, this doesn't make any sense, I think.
Yeah. This gives an additional option of queen d4, for instance. And also just y.
Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so let's try this again. And king g7. Let's see if I can generate anything else here.
You know, one more question is actually bishop takes c5. It's not stupid either. And then you go f4, let's say. It's quite a concrete approach, but it might work.
Yeah, so I see. This is your point, yeah?
Yeah.
Big threat and the pawn is hanging.
And also your bishop is limited, which is quite important.
Yes, okay, Nepo took back with the c-pawn.
Yeah. So say here after f4, I suspect you need to basically, I don't know, take on f4 or allow taking on g5.
Oh, wow, something like very concrete, yeah?
No, like maybe you take on f4, go bishop e6.
e6, yeah.
Yeah, and then with the queen on g5, you'll somehow try to survive. But this is, I mean, again, it is scary. Queen e3
So, yeah, one second. Basically, all I need to do to win this position
is to checkmate.
is to get rid of your bishop, right? He's your main defender. In the heavy piece endgame, you're going to suffer without him.
Well, your king is not super safe either. Like, I'm about to play rook d8, your king will join the game too at some point.
Yeah, so that's the problem is like I don't really have so much time for this, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're threatening that.
But you have queen e3, which actually starts to look.
Queen e3, yeah?
Yeah.
Because you're threatening a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, and there is no queen g5, which is very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen g5, okay, hold on.
Which one will you choose?
Yeah, right, because I was
Yeah.
like, which one would you choose here?
Yeah.
I think you would go for this one.
Yeah, this one is more elegant. Yeah.
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 There we go. We won that queen. No, actually, here I do like white, and I think this king should make a difference.
Yeah.
So that means, okay, black is going to have a big choice here. That's what it means. That after bishop e3, which we're like very likely to see Ding play right now. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see him taking that pawn at all. Like no one really plays like that when they're like a point behind in the match, right? And like going for some.
I'm
some
sorry.
endgame like
I'm
that.
sorry to disappoint you, but actually, I think I could do that too.
You could.
No, it's
I
like
mean-
we know that after bishop e3, white is okay. This is the thing. Like there is no, you don't need to be obsessed as white with playing this game necessarily and with losing it no matter what. And it could also be that you have some little optimism about the sending too. Like,
Okay.
I don't know, rook
Show
d1.
show me the optimism. Where is it going?
We'll win. This is my optimism.
Yeah.
Somehow we'll
on
trick
the, on
them
the
and
board,
win.
On the
Ah,
board.
okay.
That's what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, then I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe you just stabilize. I don't know. Let's say you go f4. You bring the rook back to d4. You force something.
Should I throw in that?
Probably, I'm not sure. So let's say rook d4, right? Then you have to react in some way.
Yeah, no, I agree that I have to be careful
It's
here. I
not-
can't go there. 'Cause of
Yeah,
F5.
it's not like equal, right? You
Yeah.
probably go g takes f4,
Yeah.
rook f takes. You probably go h3. Yeah, then you probably bring the rook to c5 and eventually maybe a5.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit sad if the game went in this direction, just because I feel like the margin for error for white is pretty small. You know.
For black, you mean, right? But let's say I go g4
I mean,
instead
like,
of...
I mean, actually, for white, like if white messes up a little bit, like they lose all their pressure, and then the game just ends, right? Or not?
Well, I think objectively, as the game is kind of very close to an end already.
Really, but we were finding such interesting lines.
No, I mean
Like
after
after
bishop takes
bishop
d6,
e3?
my point.
Yeah,
No,
but after
yeah.
bishop e3, the game doesn't feel like it's ending at all, right?
Yeah, but it's, I mean, again, it's because we know that bishop e3 exists and that it makes sense. Then it's kind of easier. No, I mean, of course, if you now go there and you told Ding, you know, buddy, bishop e3 is like at least 0, 0, 0, then of course he plays it instantly.
I think he can figure that out, though.
Yeah, it's probably, like the option of taking on d6 is not going anywhere, right? Even
Yeah.
after bishop e3, I mean. You will have...
You can always win that pawn, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, you'll always have the bailouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can look at this a little bit, but it's just like so. It's not the most inspiring option. So we did bishop e6. We could also start with king e7, I guess. But then you have what, like rook d5, maybe? You get like some sort of tempo. Okay.
Then again, even if I go rook d4, it's not clear if you're gaining.
Yeah. Okay. So
something,
bishop
so-
e6 made sense.
Yeah, f4 I kind of like.
Yeah.
No, I think the moves we played were kind of
Normal.
yeah. G4,
Yeah.
h3. Now I kind of like g4.
Oh, he took it.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I'm a little surprised. But it's okay. Maybe it's because I'm just so biased towards playing the middle game.
Yeah. No, it kind of makes sense. Like his opening didn't go his way. Bishop takes d6 is not exactly a draw offer. And well, it's 4 games to go, not 1.
Yeah.
So why not?
Nepo is not surprised by that move.
No.
Although he never fails to make some sort of expression on his face, you know?
Yeah.
All right, so he's taking, yeah, we're going into the end game.
Even from the practical point of view, it could be that after bishop e3 and taking, there was some way for black to basically force taking on d6. And then we have it in this, version. Also, Ding, I guess, could be a little bit annoyed.
With what?
With the previous game, where he was like tortured in a very, very drawish ending, kind of. And it got quite close to the line at some point, right? So he's probably saying, you know what, now it's my turn, and I will play this dry, slightly better thing. Makes sense.
All right, well, let's try again. We went bishop e6.
Yeah, f4.
F4, king e7, rook d4.
Yeah. G takes us, I guess.
Yeah,
with
I mean,
our
because there's no real need to allow f5, right?
yeah, and especially f6
Yeah,
after
just-
f5.
So
yeah.
basically that's why we're eliminating that pawn. You're going here, and let's see.
Oh, listen. It could be that it actually makes sense after g takes f4 to play h3, no?
Ah, okay. It's a subtle
Kind of.
subtle move, trying to fix that pawn. Okay.
Yeah, it looks a bit too smart, but maybe it's just smart, not too smart.
Okay, so now I need to figure out how I'm activating this rook.
Yeah, bringing it to g3 or
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Well, there are sharp lines. Like you can also play. Well, rook
H2?
j8 is probably okay. So king h2, yeah. I was about to say that you can basically give up the king side. You can go rook g5, a5, which would very much be my intention, probably.
Like that.
Yeah.
And you take,
And you go rook a5.
and here.
Yeah. And then rook takes h4 is probably even risky for white, I guess.
Yeah, because this, I mean,
Yeah, in
well,
general.
these pawns don't matter, but this pawn is at least as good as the h pawn, right?
Yeah, I think it's even better. I think normally it's better to have the passed pawn that is very far from the opponent's king.
Ah, yeah. So here black is fine. Despite
Yeah, so rook d2, I guess.
rook d2.
Yeah.
But then, okay, then you didn't get this pawn.
No, I didn't.
And then I can continue kind of improving.
Yeah.
Maybe put this pawn here at some point.
Yeah, but then let's say after rook c2 is kind of the end of your improving, right? Kind of. I'm not saying I have a plan necessarily, but I'll try to do something. I'll probably bring the king to the center.
Too bad I can't easily get like a second rook here.
Yeah.
So how do I do this? Yeah, basically, I need some resources to improve. He played bishop e6, I think.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And how do I get this rook into the game?
Well, I don't think you need to, like, it's not necessarily out of the game. It's a decent rook. It is also preventing g3, besides from attacking from...
Should I be bringing my king to c5?
Could be, yeah. I don't know.
It's kind of...
It really depends, yeah. As in some of the lines, I will play g3 at some point. Like I'll play bishop f1 and prepare g3. And then the h pawn will start running, and then in some of the lines you'll have to run back with the king. But at least it has a potential of becoming quite a long game.
Okay, let's go king d6.
Yeah, intuitively I kind of like it, I must say. Yeah, so what should I do now? Should I just start preparing g3? Probably not, yeah, we have too many rooks. So let's say I go king g1. Yeah, I go king f2.
Okay, where are you going?
I don't know. I'm basically like hoping for you to hurt yourself somehow. Rook, I don't know, e4.
Hey, I can try to win this pawn now.
Okay. You can. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, it is sharp. I don't know if bishop takes c4 is a threat at all, to be honest. Maybe rook d2, let's say. Then I'm creating some mating net, right? Let's say if you take on c4, I have rook e5 check, then I have bishop f3 check, then I have rook e7.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be playing
Probably not.
into this line. Yeah, if you go rook d2, so if I go back, you can kind of, well, okay, I go back.
Yeah. So bishop f3 is not checkmate, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of close.
I run to b4, yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Or like, you're trying to set this up.
Yeah, but yeah.
Quite close.
The problem is that even king takes c4
Oh.
works probably. Yeah, I mean it looks close, but actually it is like it's probably not. Yeah, then I go rook e5 check instead. I don't know. King c6. Maybe I don't know. Can I play c5? Maybe not. Well, if not, then I go rook e3 back. Then after king c5, I'll just, so you don't have a threat, I'll just go king e1, try to bring the king to b2. No, I mean, I can play for quite long. I'm not saying I'm necessarily better even, but it's not a dead draw. It's playable to some extent.
Maybe it's time for me to activate this rook. Because both of your rooks are actually tied down.
Yeah.
Maybe time for this guy to come in.
Could be. So bishop f1.
Okay.
It's like really sharp. You have some rook g3s,
Yes.
which could be
G3,
good, could be bad too. Hard for me to judge actually.
Okay. What if I just stay with like rook g5?
Yeah, long term I'll try to bring the king to b2. So I go king d1, I guess. Ah, you're actually attacking the pawn, yeah? Which I kind of missed.
Yeah, I kind of guarded that square. Okay, where did Ding go after?
f4
He went
played.
to f4. Okay.
Yeah, f4 is very natural.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually h3 is not, we went a bit too far, as we normally do, right? So after g takes, or king e7, doesn't matter, so rook d4, let's say, rook d4, g takes, rook f takes f4, h3. One more thing I wanted to mention is that here, I guess if we do this as white, we probably go g4, not g3. And then, yeah, exactly, we bring the king to g3, which is also a very decent setup, to be honest.
So basically after the rook takes, the pawn is hanging, black doesn't really have a whole lot of choice, right?
Yeah.
Like for
Also-
example,
yeah.
can we just check like that whole idea of going after this pawn? I know it's not as good of a version, but I'm just curious, like if we give this up,
Yeah.
then you have like what, you have rook h5 or something, or how can we do this? What's the right way?
Well, the right way is to ask me not to play rook h5. So let's say rook c5, I go rook d4, right? This is basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, okay. But
So rook a5, rook
yeah, no,
d2.
this is not what I wanted. Because here I already gave you this pawn and you're still like holding on, so.
You're not lost, kind of. You can play rook h3. It's not obvious that it's like so bad.
Because there's some sort of bishop f5.
Yeah. So
Alright.
g takes played.
Yeah, Jan
So now
has
Ding
taken
has
on
this.
f4. Yeah, big choice. Yeah,
And-
h3 is a little subtle. Like if he's going to play a move quickly, it's definitely going to be this one. I
Yeah.
don't know. h3 is like you have to think about that for a while and evaluate if you want to have the pawn there. So let's look at the most obvious. Yeah. So here and here, and yeah, g4 that you're saying is
Yeah, he
quite
takes.
intuitive. Yeah.
He takes, okay.
Jan goes
H3
h3, and now we're gonna see where Ding is gonna push that h pawn, that g pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, g4 looks quite good, I have to say.
Well, g4 is kind of ambitious, right? This pawn on g4 could become weak potentially. But not with the king on g3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so after you go g4, basically I gotta activate this rook.
Yeah.
So it's gotta be like this, and then this rook is gonna wanna come here.
Yeah.
But
so
okay, king f2, right?
Yeah. So the question is, let's say you go rook c5, a5, we get to the same kind of thing. Rook d2. So what, basically, right? You can play rook a3. So as white, we kind of need to protect the queen side, and then we go bishop f1, bishop takes h3. Yeah, exactly, something like this.
So we sit, I mean, this seems like a nicer version than the one we looked at before, because I like that this king is already active and like threatening that pawn.
Yeah, for sure. Normally with active king, you do better in all the pawn races.
And this is already an imminent idea. It's coming. So,
Yeah.
honestly, it looks pretty decent for white. Let's try
Well, it doesn't look like we need to accept a draw at least, right?
Yeah. So where did he go? He went with g4.
Okay.
Here we go. Some reason for optimism. So I guess he's really planning to torture Nepo in this endgame.
Yeah. Also, psychologically, it could be a bit annoying for Jan.
Yeah.
As I know myself that it's like very often the case that the lines of this kind would normally end after trading on d6. And then you have something like king e7, and you know it's like 0-15. And you are like, okay, but this is not forced at all. It's quite unlikely that you'll get to this position. And if you will, it's only 0-15, and you'll take it from there. And I mean, most probably you will navigate. It's an ending. It has to be kind of easy for black to play and stuff. But then when you get to this position, you actually realize this is not 0-15 you've been dreaming of as black. And well, what can I say? It can be annoying. It can be really annoying.
Do you see any merit in like plans where black tries to push this pawn, kind of get it, I don't know, to a3, then maybe try to get like a rook to b2?
The a1, yeah? No, I think for quite some time we'll be just watching
Most obvious moves he
watching
played.
our game, yeah.
Our analysis play out on the board.
Yeah, exactly. So king f2 is normal. I don't see him really playing something else, to be honest.
Yeah, this
So rooks,
move cannot
yeah.
be stopped, even if you wanted to.
Yeah. And also it's not such a big threat, right? Yeah, king f2 played. Okay. And rook c5 will now, I think. I don't know, c5 or c6. I guess c5.
All right, so the rook's going to get there. This rook's going to come back.
Yeah.
And
But at some point, Jan actually has to stop and, you know, calculate a little.
like right here, right? This is a good moment.
Unless it's a bit too late, actually. I don't know.
So we've made very natural moves for black.
Yeah, but at the same time, now that I look at it, listen, like we played all the reasonable moves, but actually now this bishop f1 is not a joke at all, right? I mean, we cannot just give up h3 and you know, pretend there is not much going on.
All right. So Fabi gives Ding Liren a 30% chance to win this endgame. What are your thoughts, Daniil?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how can you get to like 30% exactly. It has always been funny to me, by the way, when people would estimate the chances in the match, and people say like, well, it's like 55-45, but certainly not more, or something like that. And I am like, okay, so have you looked at 10 matches? I mean, how do you get these numbers even? Yeah, I think I kind of share Fabi's general point that well, this ending is not nothing for white, and in a practical game, it's also kind of, I think, easier for white to push than for black to hold. So I see his point. It's hard for me to comment on the exact number, But yeah, in general, I kind of agree.
Yeah, it kind of depends also on the counterplay for black that we're going to find in this position, right?
Yeah, speaking of counterplay, so rook c5, king g3, b5, is it ever an option?
So b5.
No, here it runs into c takes b5.
All right, where did you want to do it?
With rook on c5. I mean, if you are attacking c3, why to... Yeah.
Like this, b5,
yeah.
b5 here, yeah.
It's at least not pointless.
Okay, so let's see what you want. You basically want to take, get me to take, and then maybe go like rook here?
I guess I even want to kind of wait like this. Then I'm saying whenever you take h3, I take c4.
Yeah, so if I take, like your rook comes in,
yeah, then I take
you
2.
even get on a2.
Yeah.
And then you're like...
But at the same time, let's say if you win the... Let's say you go rook f3 here.
Yeah, even that's not like...
Well, rook c2 is probably the move, as if you take, takes, bishop takes a2,
yeah.
like the number of pawns is equal at the moment, but actually black will probably be down 2, exactly. Like you're losing a7 and h3 is not meant to...
weak.
Yeah,
okay.
not meant to survive.
Okay, hold on. So b5, okay, interesting move. Basically using the vulnerability of the c3 pawn.
Yeah. At the same time, I don't think taking on c4 is necessarily a threat, once again. It's just that I passed this way. So let's say you go bishop f1. I'm not sure at all that I take...
Yeah, tell me why this is not an idea. Oh, sorry. Why this is not a threat.
Well,
you're probably just going to
first of all, here exactly, I probably take h3.
Yeah, you're taking that one. Now white's still just up a pawn.
Yeah, but even if I take c4, right, for instance.
Oh, wow. He did something
a4?
Slightly surprising.
Okay.
He didn't go for king g3. He went for a4, and that stops the whole b5 idea that we were just looking at.
Yeah.
At the same time, he's obviously going to have to protect this pawn in a different way. I guess he's relying on this bishop to do it.
Well, sure, but yeah, sometimes he comes up with this cool
So
moves.
rook a5, I mean...
Yeah,
right?
I guess bishop d1 is the point, but what else can you do?
Then what about this pawn is not a little weak, I guess, not, I guess.
Yeah, but it's protected 2 times. It kind of makes sense, actually, now that we look at it. It kind of makes sense.
So he wants to just go king g3. How's he going to win this pawn?
I don't know. But he probably thinks, and well, at least in terms of playing a human, I think it is correct, is that you normally improve to the maximum first.
Yeah.
And then you figure out what's next.
Yeah, there's definitely something interesting about this move. Yeah, that way he doesn't have to ever get the sort of passive rook.
Yeah.
That we were looking at.
Yeah.
Pawn is going to a light square.
Now, despite being a little bit shocked at first, I must say it makes sense. Still, I kind of want to make this work for black for some reason. So let's say I go rook a5, bishop d1, rook a6. And then I try to activate my rook via b6 and b2 potentially.
Okay, so there's no point at which I can ever really push this pawn, yeah?
Well, it has to be connected with rook b4,
yes.
right? Yeah.
I mean, I can try.
Yeah.
Since we're analyzing, yeah.
Yeah. The trade in general, I guess, is good for black, the way I see it, but yeah, I don't know. Let's say I go rook c8 even.
Rook c8, I go
rook b4, I take, let's say I take and king f8, right?
So for now you're threatening this pawn, then you're going to equalize.
Yeah, also some files
the number of pawns.
were open for my rooks, right? I have rook d6, I have things.
Your bishop is kind of doing a nice job of holding everything.
Yeah. And also my king is actually coming to the corner where you would have to potentially promote,
All right. So
which will now take forever.
Yeah, hold on. I want to save this guy.
Okay.
But if I go like bishop e2, where are you going to go? Rook a5 or?
Yeah, I would be tempted. I would be tempted to give up a7 somehow, but so let's say I go rook d6.
Well, one of my ideas was like c4 here.
But then I go rook a6 back maybe, or rook d2. Somehow it feels like black is about
so
to.
if I take.
Yeah, I take on c3.
Take on c3. Okay, white's still up a pawn.
Don't you actually take black here simply?
Why should I take black?
Well, rook d2 is coming, no? Like black is so active.
Okay, what did Jan play?
Well, rook
He
a5,
went rook
I
a5.
think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I see what you mean by black being active. Although I wouldn't necessarily be so pessimistic yet. But I see
No,
some
I'm not saying.
problems. Yeah,
I'm not saying you need to resign. I'm just saying it feels very safe for black.
Somehow this rook is like disconnected from everything that I want to do.
Yeah. Also, in the current position, it's actually important that white is controlling more or less all the open files. And this is actually why I wanted rook a5, rook h6, rook d6. So this is the current position, rook a5, bishop d1. They just played.
And so, what were we looking at here for black? We were looking at.
I guess it
rook
was
a6.
rook
Yeah.
a6, and then we tried some random c5. And then we were not exactly pushing ourselves too hard actually to come up with the best moves. But the random line went pretty good for black. What I don't get though is, I mean, alright, you can play rook a6, but where is it going exactly? So let's say we go rook a6, king g3. So what's next exactly? Rook b6? Let's say, I mean, for instance,
How about bishop f3?
Yeah, exactly. We bring the guy here. So how this counterplay should even look like? So let's say you have your rook on b1 and it's black to move. I still don't see a threat, like rook g1 checking if to. What's wrong? The threat has to be slow, like rook c1 or something. And in general,
At some point I can go c5 though.
yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't know. It feels very natural to me to play rook a6, trying to like invade with the rook. At the same time, I don't quite get what the alternative is in terms of ideas. Like one alternative is to kind of allow king g3 and start waiting, saying, well, yes, white is mobilized very well in order to protect his stuff, but it's very difficult to make progress, and you kind of need your bishop somewhere else to attack h3, and I'll just sit and wait, and there is no way to make progress. This is not the way people play normally, and this is not also what you kind of like in terms of psychology, I guess.
Like you're saying, it's hard to be black here, actually.
No, I'm saying, well, rook a6, I guess, is kind of natural.
Because you want to do something, you don't want to just stay in place.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the correct plan is something like b6 followed by rook h7, rook h8, then it's not what you want to do.
Well, it's very hard for humans to play like that.
Exactly,
Because
yeah.
the instinct is always do something to improve your position.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing in chess is like do nothing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I do find this to be actually a pretty challenging defensive task for black still, because it's just like so not concrete, right? There's just so many things that he can do and that white can do, and it's not like everything is just getting traded down to like a draw anytime soon.
Yeah.
And he's got to worry about this little pawn. He's got to find a plan here for counterplay, figure out what to do, I don't know, with this rook. So a lot of questions here still for Jan. Okay, guys. Well, we're settling in for a long end game here, and we're going to see if today Ding can make something of his extra pawn in this double rook and bishop end game. And we're going to see you in just a few minutes after our break.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana. This is the playing venue of the FIDE World Championship match 2023. I'm Katie, and in this video I'm going to take you to the players area as well as spectators area. Follow me. This is the playing venue. Two champions will fight for the title. And also we have here the spectators area where everyone can follow the game here. In the first round, Jan takes white pieces and he will move the first. Ding will take black pieces. Also, the chair that Jan Nepomniachtchi chose is the similar design from the World Championship match from Spassky and Fischer in Reykjavik. Ding Liren chose because he thinks this is the most comfortable for him. Compared to the previous World Championship matches, here the players will have more space during the game. Secretive place of the whole venue. This is the players' lounge, when during the game each of the players can come and rest. They'll have drinks and also snacks on the side, as well chess game on the screen. For the first time in the World Championship match history, the players will be observed by the cameras. We are inviting you to join our expert commentary every day at 3 p.m. local time.
Hey guys, we are back with our coverage of the 10th game. Ding is up a pawn in the endgame, although he has these doubled pawns on the c-file, which are not so easy to exploit. However, he has also chances of tying black down to the defense of the h3 pawn. And so there's still plenty of ways for him to try to win this position. What are your thoughts, Daniil? What have you taken a look at during the break?
The numbers mostly. But it's kind of interesting that the engine starts with liking white quite a lot. Starts with like 0.7 or something. And then when you let it run, it's back to like 0.1 or something like that. Which is actually quite a bad sign for Jan, I would say. And I had this feeling Fabi had it too, is that in a practical game it's not that simple. So when it takes the engine like so long to actually figure out that black is okay, it normally means that there will be a lot of lines where black will have to be really precise. And he will have to calculate like many moves.
Well, look, Jan just played b6, and while that looks like a very sensible move, it did kind of take away completely your idea of ever invading with the rook on the b file. So that's one less thing that white has to worry about, right?
Yeah. No, b6 is basically saying, all right, I got a fortress.
Okay, so what is Ding thinking about? I mean, king g3 seems very obvious, right, or not?
Yeah, well, it's move 27. King g3, let's say, allows rook e5. You could make an argument for playing rook f2, e4, for instance, to prevent it. In general, you have...
But we can also just offer up a rook trade, right? Because I think we don't mind trades in this position as white.
I don't know. This could be one of the things he's thinking about. Let's say takes king d6.
Yeah, trying to get the king to
Is
c5.
it in white's favor? It's hard to tell, actually.
Well, we need to win this pawn. So let's get started on that, shall we?
Yeah, but then black will win a4.
The one that we put over
like,
here.
let's say, I don't know, king c5 or bishop d7 immediately, but let's say king c5. Bishop f1, bishop d7. You have some rook e7s. I'm not terrified about that, maybe. Or maybe I am, I don't know.
I also have rook here and a5.
Yeah. All right, maybe I should have played bishop d7 instead of king c5.
So
here.
right here.
Yeah.
What does it change?
Do
you want to take the pawn?
No. What I could do though is, let's say rook e8 even. Yeah. So rook e8. Let's say the bishop ending is like one more interesting question. Who is better and why, sort of.
By the way, guys, today Lichess is holding another thematic arena from the position from this World Championship game. It's the position after Black's move king f8. So if you want to get some practice playing with your king in the middle of the board and your rook's disconnected, feel free to join the arena. And by the way, guys, we're introducing this part called Questions to the Commentators. You've probably noticed in the press conferences, there's questions from Twitter to the players. And we're also inviting you to ask Daniil and I questions while we're commentating on the game. So just do hashtag NepoDing and send us in your questions.
Yep. It should help a lot, actually, I must say. People, please,
Please, and make your questions interesting.
Yeah, show some mercy, right? It's kind of difficult to be, to be like excited about this game for hours and hours and hours. So please, distract us some way at least, please.
Yeah, you can.
At the same time, I must say, okay, we're joking, but actually deep inside, I feel much better about this game than, compared to those roller coasters we had. Like for a change, I just want to.
Really, you feel like this is a normal game for a world?
Yeah, for a change, I just want to look at.
Really,
it's some decent quality, even if the game is boring. It's
yeah,
it's still something.
I think we're on opposite ends there, Daniil. I can't wait to get back to some sharp middle games with like tons of wonderful things to calculate.
Yeah, you'll probably get them. Don't worry.
Hopefully.
Yeah, you'll probably get them, but...
I mean, it's true that this kind of game, it's like the first time that we're really seeing something like that in the match, right?
Yeah.
Like an end game arising straight out of the opening, basically.
Yeah.
It wasn't even much of a middle game, and yeah, it's unusual for this match, but okay, Ding still has some pressure, so I mean, he probably won't care which way he wins as long as he can manage.
Yeah. It's also true that I think in general this kind of games actually shows, I mean, how to say it not in the most pathetic way. Like, not if you're a champion, but basically it really shows your mentality and like how determined you are to win the whole thing and stuff. And this is actually exactly the kind of game where I mean, Magnus has proven to be the best, right? And then again, this is actually, they didn't have too many of those suddenly.
Yeah.
I mean, the previous ones is 19, I mean, okay, 3 against 2, Jan tried to play, but 3 against 2, first of all, I think it was psychologically important for Ding to survive. Secondly, surviving 3 against 2, I mean, it also takes something with the knights, but it's kind of standard. This one is very solid for black, but white is a bit better. And I mean, if he will push himself, he could find ways to
create problems.
Yeah, and make it quite a long game.
Yeah, and they've got energy, right? Because they didn't have to go through like 4 hours of an opening and middle game. They got here pretty quickly. So basically, they're basically playing on their full energy this end game.
More or less, yeah, more or less. And then it really depends. Like the range, let's say, of the possible outcomes is really wide. Like, it could be a draw by move 40. It could be something very, very sharp and dangerous for black by move 40. It could be like very close to a draw by move 40 and lost for black by move 60, and so on and so on. Which Magnus, is, I mean, again, has shown many times, and I mean, you don't need to be looking for examples for too long, as you have this legendary game 6, right? Like in game 6, by this point, there was not much going on. Same was on move like 45, I guess, and then 64, and so on. But I mean, he kept trying, and then somewhere around move 110, he finally managed to, I mean, create some little problem, right? And so on. And yeah, I'm kidding, but it made like a huge impression on me.
You guys were watching that game live, right?
Yeah, I think this was actually the only game that we all decided to watch instead of going to sleep. Like normally we would watch the opening and then you go to sleep. But this one was just, I mean, also Magnus was very close on losing on time actually. He had like I think 3 or 4 seconds to play like 6 or 7 moves. Well, he managed quite easily, but my point is that the time scramble was also very, very tense. So yeah, I mean, compared to...
So what was your feeling just watching that game? It just went on and on and on. Did you watch until the very end?
Yeah. Well, I was impressed. What can I say?
Just like the fighting spirit, how he kept going for so long and just managed to connect that, I don't know, the rook and knight and 2 pawns.
Yeah, I think, again, I mean, sometimes it also helps that that your opponent doesn't play the most precise way. Like, let's say Jan could have easily avoided this trade, like trading this pawn on a3 for the exchange, and then there would be nothing to kind of play with and stuff. But still, I mean, the way Magnus played was, to me, was just outstanding. Like, in my opinion, this is by far like by my standards, this was like by far the best game of chess I have ever seen. Exactly given the length and the level. So basically, like the first really big mistake, if we don't count the time trouble, where like there were some study-like things, then the first real mistakes came like around move 120, and both played kind of reasonably before that, which is, I mean, you know.
Yeah, that game was a real test of stamina. I mean, how long did it go? Went almost 8 hours, or?
Probably more, I guess. I think it's more.
Wow.
I think there is a video on YouTube of this full game. which I strongly recommend. Like you can literally put it on and go to sleep, and then you wake up and it's still going, and you realize what it takes to play such a game, right? I mean, you just had 8 hours of sleep, and these guys would be playing the whole time, and then you wake up and they would still be playing, right? I mean, it's just...
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah. I remember actually I had a pretty same story. Now, as a saying is not exactly fascinating, we can share stories, right? I remember there was this legendary match, tennis match, I think it's a Wimbledon, between, I think, John Isner and I think Mayu it was. And they played, this was basically the match that made people change the rules, as they played the 5th set, no tiebreak. So someone has to break to kind of bring it home. And the 5th set finished, I think, something like 33-31 maybe, or something like that. And I remember that I checked it briefly before going to sleep. It was like the 5th set. And then I went to sleep. I was all right, this is not so much I'm too interested in anyway. And then I woke up like literally 6 hours later, and I checked it and they were still playing. And I was like, what?
Wow. It says it took 11 hours, 5 minutes of play over 3 days, with a final score of 6-4, 3-6, 6-7, 7-6. Okay, 70 to 68 for a total of 183 games.
Yeah.
So this was like, how long ago was this match played?
Oh, time flies fast. I guess like about 10, maybe a bit more.
Oh wow, 2010.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you watch tennis? Is that one of your favorite sports?
It actually is my favorite sport, yes.
Yeah.
I know some of the players even in person. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I like tennis a lot. I think there is a lot, chess and tennis have a lot in common actually.
Do you play tennis yourself?
No, not big tennis, no.
Not at all? Like you don't casually play?
Nah, I played like 3 or 4 times in my life.
Oh, okay, so
yeah.
maybe I can beat you in tennis.
So who is your favorite player? Tennis player, not chess player. Chess player, I'm not interested in, you know.
Okay, well, my favorite chess player, that would probably be like the same as my favorite streamer.
Okay, and your favorite tennis player?
And my favorite tennis player, well, let's see. No, I mean, I have to say I've always really liked Federer. You know, I mean, he has a beautiful way of playing. I've always enjoyed his like rivalry and also friendship with Nadal. You know, and yeah, and recently I'm also definitely a fan of Djokovic.
Okay, so you love rap and Federer. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
What is Federer more like classical music to you?
Yeah.
He has the elegance of classical music.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I feel like his talent is like so natural, right?
Yeah, that is true. Which is why
he has like a Mozart. Like they say, Carlsen is kind of has a Mozart-like talent. I mean, I think that's like Federer too.
Yeah, probably. Which is why I could never force myself to root for him. He was just too good. Yeah, I mean, I prefer rooting for humans.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, my favorite player is actually Stanislav Wawrinka, who, I mean, like, first of all, I felt strongly that, well, our styles are a bit similar. It's like basically he hits those like lines all the time, and then like if it works, it works. There is not much to do about it. I mean, even if you're Nadal or someone else, it just works, you know. And you cannot prevent the guy from like hitting those crazy shots every single time. And if they are in, then you know it's tough luck. But at the same time, when they are not in, then most of the average players could beat him easily. He won, I think, 3 Grand Slams.
So where is he from, Wawrinka?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's like a teammate of Federer's.
Yeah, I think they even won the Davis Cup together at some point. They certainly played the Davis Cup together and probably won. And yeah, I like him a lot. Also, his behavior in general, and you know, the sportsmanship stuff. You know, my favorite player. It's also a relief to be rooting for someone who like is obviously human. Like even his clothes, he's not perfect and everything, and you know, you are like, okay, I'm actually rooting for humans against aliens when he plays like Federer.
Well, another one that seems quite human is what's his name, Nick.
Kyrgios.
Kyrgios, yeah, the Greek guy.
Yeah, but speaking of behavior, it's exactly the different thing, right? Like he is cool to watch. He's like a party maker and a troublemaker and all the stuff, but I mean at the same time. Wawrinka is, I think, way more respectful.
What about from like the Russian tennis players? Who do you like?
Well, Medvedev is cool. No, I think they're all nice guys. They actually, I know that Medvedev was actually, when he was like 6 or 7, he actually liked chess, and he went to the same little chess club that one of my friends, and at some point, like, she was rechecking some very old photos, and she suddenly realized.
Wow, he was there?
Yeah, some guy next to her is actually Daniil Medvedev, yes. And Rublev is also, I think, nice, and they both like chess. And I'm also rooting for Sasha Bublik, who is just my friend. So this is just, you know, he's a local hero, by the way. I mean, he's representing Kazakhstan, and people love him so much. There was this like ATP 250 here, I guess, where like pretty much everybody played. Alcaraz came, Djokovic played, Medvedev played, Tsitsipas played, but people were like rooting for Sasha like crazy, and yeah, he's just a brilliant person, and he's also a cool player to watch. So if you people are lacking emotions, go watch Sasha's tennis instead of this chess. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, so we have Alexandra Kostenyuk, always plays the annual Chess Tennis World Tournament in Baden-Baden. I actually didn't know there was a tournament like that.
Yeah, I heard about it. I don't know what the rules are. It sounds a little bit like chess boxing to me. But yeah, cool for her. No, I know that she plays a lot, I think.
Yeah, I learned to play tennis when I was like 17.
Okay.
So not too young, you know, but I immediately really liked it. So, but it's been a while since I've played.
Okay.
Actually, I saw our fellow commentator here who's commentating in the Russian language, Alex Shabalov, with his tennis rackets.
Okay.
Okay, we got some rules that we're not going to read about the chess tennis championship.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
All right, so.
There was, I think, one more question about
what we thought about the transition into this endgame.
Yeah, so basically was the...
Oswald asked us.
Yeah. So exactly.
Do you think taking on d6 and trading into an endgame, while the best move was a practical mistake by simplifying so much?
Well, it really depends.
It depends on how this endgame works out.
Yeah. But I think if we are not going to use the result I'm thinking, I would say taking on d6 should not be a big mistake with 4 games to go after this one. I think it's okay. You keep some little chances. It's risk-free, which also helps you, like, at least it's quite likely that you'll torture the guy for quite long, which will cost him some energy, and like potentially it should make your life easier tomorrow with black. And then, okay, 3 more games if you don't win. It's, you know, it's all right.
Yeah. Well, after a really long think, Ding actually went for, you know, one of the obvious moves in the position, King G3.
Yeah.
And okay, now the ball is in Nepo's court, so we'll see what he comes up with. So basically, I mean, this move we're not sure. We're not sure how who this trade favors. Yeah. Look at that. What did he do? Did he?
Something
he
like
went
rook
rook
h6.
h6.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's actually in the wait and see mode.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's basically saying, look, how are you going to win this pawn? Your bishop can't really move because of that.
Yeah.
Your rooks are like looking nice, but where are they going?
Well, there's one way I can see. So let's say we go rook f to e4 somehow. And then if you pass, I want to play rook d5.
Okay, so you're pinning me.
Yeah.
And this would be quite an annoying move for sure, since I can't even take it with either piece. So that means you're basically forcing me to make a decision with my king.
Yeah.
And the question is...
Which I would guess belongs to g7 normally.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is it like some kind of blunder to go through f6 to on my way, or do I need to go through f8?
I don't think it necessarily matters, to be honest. So what happens if I... so if I go king f4, it's a bit strange, right? You play king g7.
Can I like activate my rook at all? Like,
yeah, this I like to, yeah, exactly. Let's try to do something.
Like rook d8?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I go, yeah, king g7, or, I don't know, I could, yeah, king g7.
Yeah. Also now rook c5 will be annoying, right? As my rook is far.
Yeah, it's not exactly clear what we gained. by
Yeah,
playing rook here.
it's not exactly winning. That is true. We could probably give up, so we could probably play it the way that basically
Maybe we need
like
to put a king on
underlines.
f4. So you think we
Yeah,
need
so
king
king
there and then
so king g7. No, what I was thinking about is, let's say we go rook d8, king g7, and then basically whenever you play rook c5, I'm not going to defend the pawn. So let's say I just, yeah, I was about to say I play some useful move here, but I don't know what's useful. Rook f4 maybe. Okay, let's say I go rook f4. I don't know what I'm doing though. Like my point was that basically, yeah, if you go rook c5 and then you take, then in some way it's yeah, it's even a relief for white. Then some g5 will be there. Could make sense. Also, rook a8 is legal, and it forces something.
so this rook is like, at least it's not really able to move too much, yeah?
Yeah, but what I don't get is sure. What's my next move?
Like if black just kind of goes between these squares.
Yeah. Well, maybe I go rook a8, and then after rook a5, you're in Zugzwang.
Right.
Bishop c2, and like you don't have moves.
That's pretty amusing, because this rook literally is trapped.
Yeah. The bishop is no, though, unfortunately.
This rook can't really move. The bishop is not, but where is it going to go? Like d7?
Yeah. Okay, so the kind of the concept was nice, but you're not too likely to, yeah, to see some Zugzwang.
Well, we still have some interesting ideas, right? We can,
Brings the bishop
I
to
don't know.
d5.
I guess this one didn't really work. I was kind of hoping that you would take, and maybe I would at least get something interesting like that.
Yeah.
But it's not really going to happen, because you would just take like this, right?
Yeah, probably.
Then take that pawn.
Even this, like rook takes. Rook takes a4. Yeah, rook c8, rook c7. You have rook f6. Yeah, this one is okay, unfortunately.
For black, yeah.
So king f8, yeah. Rook f2, e4, king f8 played. Okay.
So last couple of moves, rook h6, rook here, yeah, and he got out of the pin with king f8. Okay.
King f8 feels a bit more
So
natural
basically,
to me too.
we would love to get this move in, but we just have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. Also, even if it's legal, there is rook g6. Like, you will have to defend g5, and the h3 will be protected then. So it's not something that is that desirable too.
So we were basically doing, okay, we were doing rook d8, king g7, and rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4 is a complete nonsense, actually. There was rook e5 too. I just kind of failed to come up with
So, okay, if I go rook a8,
okay.
what's your next waiting move? Because now on bishop d7.
Oh, bishop d7
I can at least look at rook e7.
Yeah.
Can at least try it.
Which will probably happen, actually, yeah? So rook e7.
Yeah, rook a8, okay. It's kind of interesting because I'm trying to run you out of moves here.
Yeah. No, these ideas with Zugzwang I kind of like in general. So let's say bishop d7 indeed, rook e7. Well, first of all, I don't know how bad the rook ending is, yeah, but rook d6 exists.
Yeah.
But after rook d6, you kind of get something going, right? You can play, for instance, bishop even f3 maybe to bring it to d5. Or
Yeah. Now we're threatening this if you don't do anything.
Yeah.
So then if you take, well, maybe first of all I can improve this bishop, right?
Yeah, rook d7. But then even rook d7, rook e to e8, it really became sharp.
Well, do you think I should just take the pawn then?
I don't know. I kind of like both, actually.
I mean, I'm up a pawn and I'm still threatening this one.
Yeah.
So what's happening here? You're going to go like rook d3?
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But again, it's not equal. You go king f4, you go bishop d5. Your pieces are clearly better placed.
Although, yeah.
Yeah, but rook
it's
b7.
passive,
Yeah, but rook b7. Okay, there is no way for black to kind of force a draw.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I guess so.
Yep, even here white's better. Okay, so we seem to have found at least some path for white. So that is rook d8 check, and then come around from this side. Okay.
Yeah. Ding actually has this absolutely unbelievable ability to kind of get to the time trouble, even having an hour for 13 moves or whatever, like 12 moves.
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to be too serious. He's only got 12 moves left to make, so yeah, 31 minutes. He does need to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, at the same time it kind of makes sense, right? Like it's either you find a try or the game is over. This was actually very significant kind of, that Magnus was actually using the same strategy of spending the time against Jan. He would normally push it to the limit and yeah, look for the most precise moves. And he had like many of those time troubles, or like almost time troubles, little time troubles. The difference is that yeah, he would normally handle it nicely.
Do you think that maybe here, like black should move nothing and maybe just move the king? Maybe just go.
Yeah, but then somehow rook g8,
right.
Like we get a feeling black will at some point run out of moves, right?
Because we basically want to go rook f4 here, and
we basically
and then maybe g5.
We basically also want to find out what the move is for black.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. Imagine you go bishop d7 in this position.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, no, I mean after, what was it, like this?
Yeah, he played rook d8 check.
Yeah, what did we play here? We wanted.
We went rook a8.
Yeah, rook a8. Let's say king f6, rook g8.
Yeah.
So let's say bishop d7. So I mean king f4 is almost checkmate already. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean it could escalate quickly actually. Yeah, I mean you know. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Well, that's good. So rook d8's on the board.
Yes, it is.
We're going to see what Nepo's got planned here, where his king is going. Well, we know it's going here, right? Because, I mean, if it goes there, then we can just go to rook d5
yeah, of course.
again.
Yeah.
So king g7.
Okay.
Okay. And what ideas do we have other than rook a8? This one kind of feels like a decent try, but...
Yeah. And it has to be, yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Yeah. Very well spotted. Very well spotted,
look at that
actually.
little corner square.
Yeah. So people, if...
Because there's almost nothing left to do. It's easy to spot ideas when literally none of your pieces can move.
No, it's not that simple.
Oh, there we go.
No, people, seriously, like, if you don't have questions for us, just feel free to use a hashtag to just praise Irina. We'll read that too, you know, there is nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, or we can read some more of these wonderful YouTube comments that we've received over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saving those for when things get really, really boring on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, let's just wait a little.
All right, so rook a8.
So could you just remind me, what was wrong with bishop d7? Something was wrong, right?
It wasn't exactly wrong. Yeah, we were looking at like
rook e7, and then rook d6 was this cooperative line. So what about rook e7, bishop takes a4? This is actually a very straightforward attempt by black. I guess you can.
But you're still going to be down. You're still going to be down a pawn, right? Like if I.
Yeah, but I'm trying to liquidate into two against
this famous
one.
endgame, the two, the f and.
Yeah.
That's the one you want to. So okay, let's just show people first of all. If I go along.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
suppose
just
you're taking.
yeah. And then I guess I'll play something like rook d6.
Rook d6.
Yeah, I guess
you want to go down.
Yeah, I have to attack that pawn.
Yeah, and this is okay. This is the point at which we can show this line. Oops.
Okay, rook d3.
Yeah, king h4, rook c3,
and basically,
it's been won in blitz games. This type of end game. It's possible. You know what it was? There was some famous game that was played recently. And I'm trying to remember, it was some very important online tournament.
And some f5.
Was it? Yeah, somebody lost this, like a really strong GM. I don't know who it was.
Could be, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Could be me even, but.
No, I don't think so.
No. I don't think so either.
But actually, Black found a way to lose this position.
Well, it's not that difficult. Come on, it's basically Black who has to be like a bit precise.
You know who was? It was one of the Indian players who was able to win. It might have even been Prague.
I mean, come on, let me read this. Finally, some normal tweets.
Right.
Irina is the best. Her has to be
St.
St.
Louis
Louis Chess Club
Club.
lectures were my favorites, and I liked her Kazakh poem.
Oh, thank you.
Nepoding, hashtag praise Irina. Hashtag praise Irina should actually be, used more often. Come on.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah. It's always nice to get your positive feedback. So,
I actually found out, I think the day before yesterday, is that you have a YouTube channel where you share your chess thoughts, like what you learned playing the American Cup and stuff.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I do have a YouTube channel that I started a couple of months ago, and mostly it's for like club level players, right? Not exactly your level, Daniil, but.
Okay.
I'm trying to kind of share my coaching experience and, working with a lot of like beginner and intermediate level players and talking about the kinds of mistakes that they tend to make and how to help them notice that.
Yeah.
That's the idea. So I finally got around to creating this YouTube channel.
Yeah, cool.
And yeah, you guys can just go on YouTube, look up like Irina Krush channel, and you will be able to find it. I think I maybe have like 12 videos up now, but I haven't been doing anything since I've been here.
That's cool.
I'm a little lazy like that,
My story is exactly the opposite, actually. I created YouTube channel for this event exactly, and
really?
I've been recording stuff. Yes, my YouTube channel is FIDE Chess, so you people can come and watch my recaps, the broadcasts,
Yeah, you've been doing that every day.
Yeah.
And you'll be continuing that till the end of the match.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to, yeah.
And any plans to continue your YouTube channel beyond the match, Daniil?
Nah, I have a deal. I'm going to sell it actually to, some guys. Doesn't matter.
Wait, so you're saying you actually made this channel called FIDE Chess?
Yes.
No, you're serious?
No, of course not. Come on. What are you talking about?
Okay, no. So you're basically just adding your videos to FIDE Chess, right? To their own channel.
Okay, now there is some confusion. Yeah. Okay, this was just a joke. FIDE Chess belongs to to FIDE.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's
have you done any streaming, Daniil?
Well, again, not for myself, I guess. Like, I had some sessions that I had to do for some reasons, like let's say
Chess 24 banter.
Stuff. Yeah, I mean, also I think I had.
I was watching some of your games on the free day.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you were commenting one of the Grunfeld games where there was like some early Queen A4 check.
Okay.
And you were like, that looks like the dumbest idea against the Grunfeld.
Yeah. Sure.
That was that one. And actually, what I also stumbled upon was a game you played at the Tal Memorial Blitz Tournament against Anand. And it had this interesting title. It was like how Dubov's Gambit, works against Anand.
Okay.
And I was I want to know
what's Dubov Gambit.
What is the Dubov Gambit?
And there is no such thing. Yeah.
Right, and it was basically knight takes g7 sacrifice.
Yeah, move 25 basically.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was such a good title, I couldn't resist. And actually, it was quite a nice game. And I noticed that Vichy got stuck with like this knight on a6.
Sure.
In that game, and that's kind of was
But listen, let's try not to
talk about any game.
No, I mean not to hurt ourselves, right? I mean we don't have too many viewers anyway, and now you're trying to distract them, yeah, from this like exciting ending. So yeah, let's stop that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of streaming, no, I was doing some stuff for the YouTube channel Levit of Chess, which is I think by far the best source, at least in Russian. And I had some kind of, you can name it lectures if you want. They're like free to watch. Some of them were good. Then I started, I started telling people about the USSR championships, and then at some point, like I got bored and people got bored too, I think, and then the whole thing stopped for basically no reason.
Yeah, you need a lot of I think commitment to kind of develop the streaming side.
Yeah, I guess so. Like speaking of Hikaru, I think people don't really get how, well, he probably enjoys this indeed, but I mean, if you're a different kind of person, it's really tough to basically go out there like 5 days a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so should we look for another move for black? We did quite okay with this. Bishop
yeah,
D7.
I mean, I didn't quite get what's wrong with that. Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
so let's see. Your idea is that you are just gonna go ahead and take that pawn.
Yeah.
Try to get into a rook endgame that you control.
Yep. So is there an alternative here? Probably not, right?
So you don't think I can do that plan that you have?
Yeah, but even bishop c6 is no improvement, I guess. Even is a bit too strong, though. I probably have to play that. But I don't see why would it be an improvement. Well, it could be that you take on a7 now, and then we trade, and then if I trade on f3, then your king is kind of better placed. And then after rook d6, you want some king e3. But I kind of failed to...
Yeah, it's a little hard to believe, right?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to imagine that. But it could be that you go, let's say, rook a2 here, rook d3 check, you go king e4, king d4, then you go rook b2. And then you kind of, I don't know, pretend that you...
Hold on, I'm still not understanding. What are we pretending?
I don't know.
You want to go like what? Like here?
No.
No.
Not anymore, actually. No, but even if I get my rook b2, right, I don't even have a strat, like there is always rook c2 in the end. So yeah. Like even if...
Yeah, even if you're saying, even if you...
Yeah, let's say you go rook c1 to help me a little, yeah. Rook b2 and then you play some random move. I guess it has to be still within a draw, like f6 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So bishop d7, we got to try to create some problems here for black.
Yeah. Can we try to checkmate, like, let's say rook e7, bishop takes a4, somehow, yeah, something like that, but I think Jan played something, and it is rook c5.
Rook c5, oh wow.
So we don't care anymore. This is actually puzzling.
Yeah, it's a little surprising.
No, it's probably a good move. I'm just saying that my approach to this position is that basically if you can play bishop d7 and liquidate into 2 against 1, you normally take it.
Let's see what he's thinking, right? So I guess he's planning to take this pawn with what? With the bishop? Probably, no?
Probably, yeah. No, his point is that I guess he's kind of saying I'm not worse at all. And why would I need 2 against 1? Which, I mean, again, he could be right, but at the same time, something like rook e3. Then we get bishop f3. It's probably a draw, but like we can explain why you are a bit worse as well.
It's a little strange because basically, okay, but just on a conceptual level, you're giving up this pawn for like one of the doubled pawns, right? So there has to be some point why he's doing that. Like you can't just say like that's just such an awesome trade, can you?
I mean, I think you're trying to come up with some like abstract argument, right? I mean, you take on c4, your rook is now active.
Yeah, let's see what Nepo is going to capture with.
Your second rook is coming to d6 as well.
I'm thinking the bishop because he wants to still keep that rook active, right? There's probably
Yeah, of course. No, of course he'll take with the bishop, sure. Like his only point was basically to activate this rook on c5, so no, of course he'll take with the
Okay,
bishop.
well, first of all, he's still down a pawn,
Yeah.
and then he still has a weak pawn. So,
Well, the pawn on c3 is not exactly, you know, protected 10 times
right.
either, so
White can finally stop worrying about a4. He can finally work on this bishop a little bit.
yeah,
And he
bishop
takes
takes.
the bishop. Okay, so now we need to figure out something for Ding.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I don't quite get, I must say, why to do it at all as black.
Basically, you think he just kind of wants to bring the bishop back, attack that pawn, or?
I guess he kind of wants to play, yeah, rook d6 or maybe rook h to c6, and then go bishop e6, take c3, and then at the very least he'll probably be in time to trade b6 for a4, and we'll get the same 2 against 1. But it's quite a weird way of doing this, I must say. I mean, compared to bishop d7. It could be that we just missed something after bishop d7.
So we need to like figure out how to get this bishop into the game for White.
Well, the first thing we need to figure out, I guess, is, let's say, as white, how much do you hate the bishop trade?
Right, you're thinking about like
Well,
this
if
move?
yeah,
Yeah.
kind of. Like, if not, you can play this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Well, I don't know if you hate it, because I was also thinking we could go maybe
Yeah.
rook e5.
Yeah. Do we? Rook f6, rook takes d5. It's kind of a better version, right? Rook takes d5, rook takes f3, takes. What is that compared to those rook endings we had
Well, I'm
earlier?
still trying to understand.
Why not to take with the bishop? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I thought there could be a reason.
like that.
So yeah. But you have rook h5, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is unlucky. Okay. King g5
Yeah.
probably works too, but king g5 wouldn't be kind of
Clean.
that convincing. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can actually play bishop f3.
Okay.
So after bishop f3, he will play rook f6 then maybe.
Right away.
Yeah.
Then you're like threatening all your little tricks.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But then rook e3 prevents them all. I kind of like this setup in general. Let's
The rook here is very
yeah.
solid. Nice dark square.
Yeah, to reshuffle like that, you're protecting the king to
And
your.
then we want to take our second pawn.
Yeah, and c3 is protected too.
Yeah, so this doesn't look convincing. Let's try again for black.
Yeah.
Bishop f3. So here and here.
Well, first of all, I don't need to resign after bishop takes f3, unfortunately.
Right, yeah, exactly. We have to check this endgame.
Yeah.
Because you're
takes-
going to be activating your rook here.
Yeah, rook d6.
Yes.
But it's not. I mean, to me, this is not 100% convincing, I must say. Let's say I go rook e7. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And then, you know, I'm not sure.
Yeah, black still has some work to do because we're going to nicely use the e-file here.
Yeah. I mean, translated to the normal language, black is probably lost. Some work to do is kind of, you know, not strong enough, maybe. I guess in general, if let's say we are in time with, say black
Here.
black wins the a4 pawn after rook e7.
Yeah.
Let's
By
say
the way, what did he do? He just played rook a e7. Let's go to that moment. So that's not
Okay.
what we were looking at. We were looking at this move. So he goes here, and how do we understand that move? What does he want with that? Does he want to, I don't know, trade the rooks? Or
I don't know. I mean, he has.
what's the plan in general, like against bishop e6? Is there some trick? I don't know.
No, the plan is probably rook e3 as well.
Oh no, yeah, you don't have like g5 for a while. It's still
Yeah.
controlled.
The move itself is kind of strange, a little.
Yeah, so this is hanging. So what's the point?
Well, rook e3.
Yeah, just go back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like strange, like why does he need the rook here?
Well, I guess his point is that basically if we stabilize like this with bishops on the board, then white is probably winning.
He doesn't want to trade the bishops at all.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, of course, we know like most of the rook endings are drawn.
Do you think maybe he wants to even, I don't know, still have that idea or not?
I honestly don't think he really needs ideas in this kind of position. Like if you stabilize like this, you will think about it later. Basically, it has to be very, very good.
But still, you know, then it's still a question. If he didn't want to trade the bishops, I guess he could have gone with your rook e3 move, right?
Sure, but on the other hand, he's asking, okay, why not rook a to e7?
Yeah, just because
I probably create a threat of playing rook e5. And you don't have this like bishop d5s. And let's say after rook e3, now I realized, after rook e3 instead, like one of the things he might dislike could be rook e6 maybe, for instance. Then again, if you trade, you take h3, you lose c3. Like it's not a dead draw, but he could think it's progress for black, who managed to like trade some pawns. Say I go, I don't know, rook d3. Actually rook d3 draws here immediately. Well, so you can only go to second rank, and then I go rook d2, and I take h2. Yeah, so this could be the reason.
Interesting.
I mean, again, the line didn't look forced, but the positional ground, I think, as such, is such that basically he was just like calculating lines, looking for the way to stabilize and avoid the bishop trade. And then he will stabilize somehow with rook on a3 and bishop on f3, and he will be happy then. Listen, again, I don't understand why not bishop d7, I must say. I think we're going to have a break rather soon, so let's have a look at this bishop d7 again. As I mean, I don't think we'll...
Why he didn't go
for
that instead of rook c5.
Yeah, I don't think we'll really want to come back to this. So what could be wrong? Not much. c5, rook takes c5 is not a problem. a4 is hanging.
So we were looking at all of these like rook e7s.
Well, only rook e7, right? So bishop takes a4.
And then on bishop f3.
Well, bishop f3 I kind of don't buy in general. We wanted bishop c6, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is not the only move. But let's say, all right, let's say I do this.
Yeah, we looked at this.
Yeah, and then takes and rook d6.
Yeah, and that one kind of worked out fine for black.
Well, it could be that we stopped a bit early. Let's say maybe you go king e3, not my stupid rook a2. But then just in general, let's say I even go rook g6. I don't know, I somehow fail to believe this.
Yeah.
It could be that we have to. I mean, maybe white will, you know, maybe the idea for white could be to go c5 at some point. Like c5, bc, rook a4. And then you try to bring the rook to c4, avoiding the queenside trade, and then you bring the king to g3. But it's like clearly too smart to be true.
Yeah. I have a feeling, well, first of all, I think we can check this on our break, right? We can take a look and see if maybe bishop d7 was also a possibility for Nepo. But in the game, he played rook c5, and we had this trade of the a pawn for the c pawn. And now he put rook a7 on the board. He's still up a pawn, still chances to make something of it.
Yeah.
And we're going to go, guys, on a short break as Nepo ponders his next move, and we'll see you soon.
Yep.
I think the match that I'm most interested about would be the 1972 match. Yeah, but at that time I wasn't born, so I was just following the games, and I thought because Bob Fischer is my favorite chess player, so this match clearly would be the one I pick. But if you ask me exactly the match that I followed or I experienced, probably the match Carlsen Kagin. Yeah, because I think that match were actually very tough, and at some moments there were critical moments.
Besides my own, I think Fischer-Spassky and maybe 1987 also. If it's my match, I think for my personal satisfaction, Bonn, and for my relief, the Gelfand match.
For me, the last one, the previous in Dubai, because that was my first match where I was present and I could feel the tension, the smell, the thickness of the air of the match. That's very special to be there and sense it.
Most memorable match, well, obviously for everybody who grew up in the 90s, it's the match of Kasparov against Karpov, because the first match when he was losing by 5 points, and in the end it was delayed, and cancelled. That's of course incredible, to be losing by 5 points and kind of survive and not lose the 6th game. It's very inspirational. So this is the most memorable match for me. But in the history of chess, there are so many memorable matches like that. I think also the match where he won, where Kasparov won, and also Fischer-Spassky match, of course, is very memorable. After all, it's the fall of the Soviet Empire, chess-wise.
I think for me was the most memorable when Kasparov first time he won this match in '85 against Anatoly Karpov. I think I was in that age I was almost 14, so I was already playing chess myself, and I was following the match. And of course, everybody, the younger generation was rooting for Kasparov to win. It was in this manner, especially after losing the first match, which was never finished. So that was, I think, the most memorable match for me.
It's hard to say because I was like 1 year old when Kasparov played what I believe to be the greatest match in the history. So since then, I think maybe Kramnik-Topalov was very memorable, not because of their games, but because of other stuff which was happening. Anand Topalov was a very nice match as well, of course. And although I don't consider it to be a World Championship match, but match Kasparov-Kramnik was very, for me it was very unexpected that Kasparov would lose the match, especially without winning a single game.
Well, the match which I remember most is Kasparov-Karpov in 1985. I think it was very exciting. It was when I just picked chess seriously and started following it. I remember very well till now the game 24, and I remember the whole atmosphere and how excited I was coming with my parents home and listening to radio what's going on. We heard that Kasparov has pawned down but has some compensation and so on. It was really exciting. So childhood's impressions are always the most remarkable.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana at the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. I'm Kati Zazalashvili, and in this video I'm going to show you the trophy of the champion. The trophy is 4.5 kilos, silver with beautiful blue stones. It has a unique design inspired by Baitarek Tower, which was built in 1997 when Astana became a capital city of Kazakhstan. The tower is 105 meters tall and resembles the shape of the chess queen, which is a suitable symbol for the trophy of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Besides this beautiful trophy, there is a stake of 2 million euros for the players, from which the winner will get 60% out of it, and the runner-up will get 40%.
as the world holds its breath. Two unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These two titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head to head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hey guys, we are back with our coverage of the 10th game of the 2023 World Chess Championship. And here we have an end game that we got into pretty early on in the game, pretty much straight from the opening. Ding has been having an extra pawn because his pawn structure wasn't really the best in the world. Nepo is trying to take advantage of that to get a draw. And right now, Nepo played this move, which looks a little bit surprising because it just gives up the pawn that he's been trying to hold on to Daniil, but it looks like he wants to trade this pawn for the pawn on c3.
Right, and then both his rooks will be active, and in general, given the fact the number of pawns is not big, black is very, very close to a draw, it seems. I still very much prefer bishop d7, to be honest, instead of Jan's line, but I think it's a matter of taste. His engine seems to approve that both lines are just good enough for a very easy draw.
It's interesting, like you're just going to get this pawn, and it doesn't look like white's h-pawn is going to matter all that much.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that also the rook on e7 is a bit misplaced, so let's say I take on c3.
Also, this bishop doesn't seem to have
most of the pieces
squares,
actually.
And this rook, we're not sure why it's there.
Yeah.
I mean, should we?
Like in some of the lines, let's say you do this, I go king f6. It's actually, I mean, after rook a7, rook c8,
You've woven a little mating net, or at least that's what you're threatening right now. How am I going to get out of it?
Yeah, I actually don't know. Like maybe
it's really funny because g5, it doesn't exactly completely take away my issues, but I can't go to.
Yeah, but you go to f5, I guess.
Yeah, you can't go to g7 because of this bishop hanging.
Yeah.
So you go to f5 and you attack the rook, and you keep threatening mate, and I guess black is.
Yeah, I guess you have to take on e6, and
Yeah, well. Now it's not checkmate anymore.
Yeah, so f takes and the game continues. I don't even know if black gained a lot actually, but yeah, the line was funny. Like you go bishop g4.
Yeah, and it can be sort of like a draw like that, yeah.
Yeah. Or even you go bishop h5 check, you go rook f7 check, and then you play g6. Shouldn't be too bad either, most probably. But yeah, I mean anyway.
All right.
The line is a bit random.
So rook h c6. So I mean, all right. Yeah, Vichy giving us his take. He says, and that settles it. After 32 rook h c6, no way to hold on to c3. So Vichy thinks this game is heading towards a draw.
Yeah, which is kind of
Yeah, Vichy is happy not to be commentating on today's particular game. It's true, guys. It's not the game that has produced the most fireworks so far.
No.
Yeah.
At the same time, I mean, again, after some of the games, we we saw earlier, I'm kind of okay with a high quality boring draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna have 4 games left, guys, after this.
This was played meanwhile. Shouldn't change much.
When does the situation become critical for Ding? I mean, is it critical like every game at this point with 4 games left? I mean,
I don't know. My take would be that
next white is going to be
it's
very
basically,
important.
I mean,
yeah.
it's never over until it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Given the fact he has white in the last game, and given what he was normally getting with white, I don't think too many things will, happen.
All right, we're getting
Wait, but
a lot of
what is
forcing
this
moves.
exactly? So we are actually we're actually entering this rook ending. So rook b3, rook b5, and then
rook a3, yeah.
okay, but then rook takes b6, and you actually end up getting this ending.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like we're going there.
Moreover, I mean, we can show off with rook b4 a little. No,
Ding
he just takes.
went straight for the pawn. Oh, okay, cool. We're gonna get the 2 against 1.
Yeah, unless some f5 solves it immediately, which I think it does.
Oh
by the
wow,
way.
you think it's like right here already? He can just trade off the pawns. Yeah.
It should be easy to calculate, right?
Right. Okay, hold on. Let's calculate it. I see what you're saying. So on g5, there's going to be
Rook
g4. Okay, so you can play this endgame forever, guys, and it's fine. You can have it with the pawn in f6. But this is an attempt to trade the pawns and end it right away.
Which works, I guess. Yeah, he plays it.
Nepo just played it. Yeah, he didn't even have to think very long on that. Okay.
Yeah, but it's very simple. You just recheck it once, but the lines are very easy. Okay. Very nice day.
And he took it.
Yeah, rook f4.
Yeah, g5, there was rook g4, yeah, that was it. Yep, everything is getting liquidated. I don't know, I think, well, now that we know how the game is finishing, Daniil, do you have any extra comments on that question that we got from Twitter about the trade on d6 versus staying in the middle game for longer?
No, I mean, again, I don't like the result-oriented conclusions. I mean, Jan could play some inaccurate move and, white could get some nice pressure. It didn't happen. Then again, we don't have a proof that bishop e3 would necessarily win instead, right?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about Ding's prep for this game? His choice of line? I mean, okay, again, yeah, it's results-oriented. We look at it and we're like, black got a very comfortable draw. So, looks not bad.
Yeah, I guess in general it's normally more about black. Like, it doesn't matter how well you prepare as white, you'll still allow many good lines. And then Jan was prepared very well. I mean, he came up with his bishop c5 and it worked. And he managed to get this ending that, it did look a little bit unpleasant to us, but yeah, I mean, after a couple quiet moves, it all disappeared, kind of. So yeah, Jan was prepared very well. Also, they did a very good job at, finally guessing Ding's line.
Yeah.
They finally realized Ding cannot repeat the same line again, and Ding is running out of lines. So it's easier and easier to kind of guess the one.
And this move e4, I mean, maybe they did a little bit of extra work on that just because it featured in the leaked files. I mean,
but I mean, again, they must have done it anyway. It's not that you only look at e4 for the World Championship match only because of the leaked file. No, I mean, e4 is a very big line. Also, for the match, you normally prepare exactly bishop takes c5. I mean, exactly, because it's basically, as long as you remember your lines, this basically finishes the game, more or less. I mean, quite often.
Yeah, the game simplified very early on.
Yeah.
And already all the knights are traded. Okay, white has this move, which looks quite annoying because black can't castle.
Yeah.
But somehow Nepo just made this move king f8 work. with the idea of d6, and some of the key lines here were, with black being able to take on e5 and have this kind of f6 idea.
Right.
That was like a big one.
Yeah.
With this hanging, and in fact, you could even like get away with taking this bishop. So,
but in general, it was a very good prep from Jan. Basically, I mean, given the fact that this d6 queen e7, I mean, the line with, let's say, f6, queen takes c2, bishop takes f2, it's not too difficult. Like, it's not that you need to recall some really long, line, some 25 moves, and some of them being random. And then you get your g5, and like, it's either an ending or you're okay after bishop e3. It's a very, very smart prep, actually.
So what about bishop e3? Like, that was the major crossroads in the game, right? So in the game, he preferred to take the pawn and play the end game, try to see if he can make something of the pawn, where nothing really happened. And we did think that this was at least more interesting. Like, what were the lines that the computer was like giving here?
Yeah, I looked at it a little. It's not exactly killing. So let's say takes, king g7. I mean, there's not much going on. You can try some rook f2 or something, but.
So it was king g7. Yeah, that was the accurate move.
Yeah, I guess.
And well, like bishop f3.
Or you can actually, I think it's even better to play bishop e6. And for some reason, you're not worried about this, I guess. Which I find kind of hard to believe without an engine. Like, all of the boards is not what you play.
Right.
But king g7, it doesn't take being Bobby Fischer to play king g7. And then, yes, I mean, you can try some rook f2, but I think at the end of the day, pretty much the same will happen. Like, black will
Could we try it?
Play queen e5, will play bishop e6.
Yeah.
You'll be forced, I guess.
Bishop f3, maybe?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but I guess
it would have been more exciting to stay in the middle game, I guess.
But probably not for long. Like, once black settles with queen e5 and bishop e6, there is not much to do about it, actually.
You would just kind of go here, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure about this exact line, but...
try to make some problems here.
Yeah. But even, let's say, if I go, I don't know, bishop e6 here. Panicking a little, but...
You're giving me that free pawn?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I must say I'm pretending a little. I mean, I like bishop e3 for white.
Yes.
I mean,
okay, there you go. See, that's nice that you finally tell us the truth, that actually you do like this.
No, I just know that objectively it's kind of okay for black. And I also get Ding's point that, I mean, to gamble like this with zero knowledge, being pretty sure that your opponent is still in the book, it's not the easiest thing in the world. And I mean, I'm not even sure that, like, statistically it's like a smart thing to do.
Right.
You don't know. Like, it could be that after bishop e3, like, it's sharp, but black is better. And your guy knows why. And then, I mean, you could lose as white and the match is over. And this way, I mean, okay.
So he took the safe approach.
Yeah. I mean, also bishop takes d6 once again. It's not exactly a draw for he had some little pressure. Fabio was giving him 30%. It should be, some...
Do you have any questions for the players for the press conference? Actually, guys, we're gonna say goodbye to you for today, and we're gonna see you tomorrow for game 11. Yeah, no fireworks today, but you can enjoy the press conference with the players.
Yeah, let's hope the fireworks will happen there at least.
Welcome everyone at the press conference of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Today we had round 10 and the game ended in a draw. Now the current score is 5.5 to 4.5 in favor of Jan Nepomniachtchi. My first question would be to Ding Liren today. Are you satisfied with how the English opening went for you in this game? And if you are also aware of the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi played this very opening himself at the title Tuesday?
I guess bishop a5 is the main line. Yeah, I know a game he played against Irina some years ago, and he wins with very accurate, very powerful play. But bishop c5 came as a totally surprise to me. I have to figure out the idea after during the game. Yeah, it's actually I had some advantages. At one point, I'm wondering if I could retreat the bishop instead of taking on d6, but I didn't know if it's possible to go back to bishop, but maybe it's not possible. Maybe it's just a very bad move. So I played the nature move, and I guess he defends quite well. So I didn't have so many chances in that game.
Right. And Jan, you played this, as I mentioned, you played this very position at the Title Tuesday some years ago. Were you happy to see today that this happened in this match, this position?
Yeah, well, it's the whole line is quite interesting for white. I'd say in case of bishop b4 instead of bishop c5, it's quite an equal position, but it's nice. Yes, white can play on. Yeah, has different plans, and bishop c5 is known to be more forced. And this bishop b4, this b takes c3, bishop c5 move. Yeah, I played myself against. I can't recall what was the player, but I think some international master.
Carlos Jose Gabriel.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and I got lost with white after 3 moves already or something. Yes, so I thought it's quite a nice line, and I think it was already for quite some time. I mean, this idea of bishop c5, because I mean objectively it looks a little bit scary, but I wouldn't say. I mean, probably if you go for some forcing lines, yeah. Then yeah, you take some extra risk, but as far as I know, there is not so much white can do here. Perhaps instead of many different editions of this endgame, capturing winning the pawn, but the structure is so poor. I wasn't quite sure about if I should have played h3 because h3 is double-edged, so probably I don't know, something like rook c8 would be more smart, or maybe I don't know, even rook d8 and then rook d6. Just give away h4 pawn, but get an active rook instead. But somehow I thought that the h3 should be all right. Yeah, and then I think it's basically a fortress. Yeah, so I'm not sure if white can achieve something. So the only idea is to play rook d5 or something. Yeah, if my king is on e7 or play square bishops. But I think it's very nice regrouping with my king on g7. It feels like it's in time. Yes, or white has so many weaknesses, and h3 is not so easy to capture. So, yeah, overall, I think was a decent game from me.
Right, and can we assume that this decision that you played g5 and you sort of forced the actions to go to the end game is based off the current situation on the score of the match as you are leading, or would you play something more like h3 if you were in a must-win situation?
Well, for now I'm not in a must-win situation. Yeah, first of all, and then I think I was just trying to follow my analysis. I'm not sure if I managed to, but I think I have seen this. I mean, I had something similar, I think, in my files. This f4 move, and yeah. So I think, I mean, of course, black can play on with h3 or some, I don't know, some moves instead of g5, but I guess it becomes pretty much double-edged, and yeah, normally once black manages to reach this endgame, should be fine.
Right, thank you. My last question to Ding, and then I will give the floor to press. You mentioned that bishop c5 was a bit of surprise, and there was 2 moments when you spent most of the time on the clock. There was when you played queen to g3, another was bishop e2. Can you please tell us what were the possibilities that you were considering in that position?
Well, after bishop c5, yes, I only consider queen g3 or any other move like bishop d3, but it's didn't have an idea behind it. And queen g3, but his move king f8 again surprised me. I was expecting g6, so I have to think again to see what will be his answer after bishop e2, d6, bishop e4. Yeah, I expect the h5 idea. If I go h4, then he can play bishop at g4 at some point later, and then rook e8 is a very quick develop. So at that point, I decided to castle to let him to play h4.
Right. All right, thank you very much. We have the question from the press. Please go ahead.
Добрый день, Ян. Расскажите, пожалуйста, насколько вас удивил конкретно выбор этой линии оппонента именно в сегодняшней партии, и насколько вас удивило то, что после хода слон c5 ваш соперник серьезно задумался?
Good afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues, dear guests. Jan, the question is to you. Were you surprised by your opponent choosing this line? And after the move bishop c5, were you surprised that your opponent fell into thinking?
Ну, как сказать, в принципе, этот вариант, он довольно часто применяется, в том числе, мне кажется, мой соперник его неоднократно играл. Вот. А то, что после слон c5 задумался, ну, слон c5 довольно редкий ход, мне кажется, его на высоком уровне еще не играли. Вот. Но ход, ну, на мой взгляд, интересный, да, то есть попытка сразу решить проблемы и там, форсировать игру. Вот. Но, в принципе, да, это какая-то довольно, ну, старая идея уже получается.
Actually, this option was frequently used, and also I think by my opponent. And the move bishop c5, well, it's not so. Actually, it is rare on the high-level games. But this move, I think, was a good one, and it was a good trial to falsify the game and to move it forward. Yeah, so I wasn't so much surprised.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, Leoncho, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. A question for each one. For Liren, after the previous game, you said that your level of self-confidence regarding the winner of this match was about 5, counting from 1 to 10. My question is if this game has changed something on that sense. And for Ian, Mr. Filatov, president of the Russian Chess Federation, said a few days ago that you looked as a monkey with a hand grenade. As this comment sounds really very striking, I guess, for everybody, I wonder if you have some comment on that.
Thank you very much for the questions. I assume that we will go first with the Ding to answer the question.
Yeah, today I drew another white game, so it means there are only 4 games left. I need to at least score 1 wins to level the score, and yeah, it's become quite normal. Like there are 3 draws in the 3 rounds. But okay, the tournament is still not finished yet. So okay, we still have 4 games left. I wouldn't say how much confidence am I now. I didn't consider that. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ding. And now, Jan.
Thank you for a good question, as usual. But I guess I don't really want to elaborate on this. Yeah. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from press? Please.
Harry Schark, Chess Magazine, Karl, Germany. My question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. My client asked 3 days ago Ding about the trainings games on Lichess and chess.com. how did this information influence your match strategy?
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't say it influenced it like too much. I guess yeah, my team like took a look, but I wouldn't say like it should be as hyped as it actually is. Yeah. So I guess yeah, I'm still like more or less doing what I supposed to do. What I thought I was going to do. Yeah. So that's didn't change it too much, I think.
Thank you very much for the answer. And we have more question in the press, please.
Ян, расскажите, пожалуйста, как вы провели выходной накануне и вообще как вы их проводите в свете того, что матч двигается к концу, и, может быть, у вас как-то меняется расписание, не знаю, может, вы больше гуляете или там больше сидите, отдыхаете?
Jan, the question is to you. Please, could you tell us how do you spend your days off? Maybe you spend them somehow differently. Maybe you spend them walking around more, or maybe taking a rest more. So please tell us more about it.
Ну, как это, в очередной раз отвечу, что ничего особенного я не делаю. То есть, ну, стараюсь больше отдыхать и тоже не забываю про подготовку. Вот, а так, ну, понятно, надо побольше поспать, погулять. Вот, ну, выходные, ну, там, день отдыха для того, чтобы отдыхать, это, в общем, следует из названия.
So actually, I will repeat again. So there is nothing special. I will try to rest more, but I don't forget about preparation. So the day off means it's a day off. So I try to sleep a little bit more, maybe take a little bit more walk, but still I prepare anyway.
Thank you very much. And do we have more questions? Yeah, please go ahead. Commentary team.
Hi, it's a question for Ding. When you took on d6, you went for the endgame. Like, how seriously did you look at like retreating the bishop to e3, and what were you thinking there?
Yeah, I'm thinking bishop e3 a little bit, but suddenly I saw after take on d6 I can play f4 afterwards, so I decided just to simplify the position. I believe I have some chances in the endgame, but maybe not too much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please, one more question.
Actually, I have the same question for Ding. How do you spend your rest days, and maybe your schedule just changed since the beginning of the match?
Rest day, I go for some walk and spend more time to rest, to sleep. Also chat with my friends, and yeah, something like this.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answers. I think now it's time for the Twitter segment, and Jesse will bring the questions from the audience. Please, Jesse.
Jesse February here. The first question is from Mads. You are both a great inspiration for young people around the world that love chess. Could you talk about what your fascination about the game was when you were young?
Let's go first, Jan, with you.
Thank you for the question. I guess then I was like, then I just like learned to play and learned, let's say, to read. So also I could read some chess books. I was really fond of replaying some games from these books and are seeking for some sort of harmony, like in between the pieces. Yeah, so that was like sort of a favorite part until some certain age.
Thank you. And Ding, what about you?
Some advice?
We will repeat the question, please.
All right, so basically I said that both of you are a great inspiration for young people who play chess. What was your fascination about the game when you were young?
When I was young?
Yes.
Yeah, I followed many live games, so I spent some time studying them. So yeah, solve some tactic puzzles. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Best blunder for both Ding and Jan. You are playing the Grand Chess Tour in Romania just 5 days after the match. Are you not wanting to take a break after the grueling match at all?
I guess I surely will think about this question, but right after the match, yeah.
Thank you. And Ding, what about you?
Yeah, it's not something to consider right now.
Right. Fair enough. Do we have more questions from Twitter?
Yes, from Shagnik. Has being involved in such an intense one-on-one match affected your opinion of your opponent in any way?
This is the question to both players.
Both players.
Please, we go with Jan.
Yeah, sorry, could you repeat, please?
Sure. Has being involved in such an intense match affected your opinion of your opponent?
Frankly, I don't know.
Okay, what about you, Ding?
Yeah, it will play between both of us, so it could be influenced by both of us.
All right, I have one more question from Yara. Aside from the World Championship, what are some of your longer-term goals in your career?
Jan, let's go with you first.
I guess ask me in a week or something.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. What about you, Ding? Long-term goals?
Long-term goals, no.
No? Thank you very much, Jesse, for the questions. Do we have more questions in press? Well, I do have one last question to both players as the match is getting very close to the end. It is probably very hard to keep the energy level up. So in your preparation before and during the match, do you give attention to the physical preparation? Perhaps you keep certain training regime or some sort of diet also during the match? Jan, please.
Yeah, absolutely, but out of some experience from the previous match, I made some corrections, and yeah, surely you have keep up the schedule and whatever you call it, diet. Yeah, but in some parts, yes, also this, and also don't forget about some physical activity. But yeah, I think it's not the same for everyone. Yes, so I can't say if there is a standard you should seek and try to follow.
Right, and to compare the previous World Championship match and now, if you can give us the example of your physical preparation, what you have done earlier, previous one, and what you are doing now. What's the change?
It was so long ago.
Okay. And what about you, Ding? How the physical preparation and the diet looks in your case?
Yeah, I play some soccer or basketball like yo-yo, which was what I like to do in general. Also, I run a little bit, which is not so fun, but I think it's useful for the preparation of the tournament.
Right, thank you very much. I have no more questions for you today, so thank you very much, everyone, and also the players. Tomorrow, another round will start at 3 p.m. local time, so that's it for today. Thank you.
We have a long history of supporting chess players with disabilities, and some of them were able to take part in previous Olympiads, but just a few of them. We thought they deserve better. They deserve to be full-scale participants of our major events.
Serbia is really the place where chess is important, and historically speaking, now this is the first ever Olympiad for chess players with disabilities, and this was the best place for such an event.
many of these players, for them, chess is a way of, entering the social life, interacting with others, meeting friends. So by playing this game, these people really have a life. That's why it's so important to have this.
I'm very happy that first Olympiad for people with disabilities is organized here in Belgrade. I'm happy to see that playing hall is very nice and the conditions are very nice, and as I see, participants are very satisfied with all that Belgrade organized, so I'm glad to be here and to see it.
It's a historical event that is happening for the first time. This is a huge event, brings us the community together, and to move forward in the future, this will be very nice.
I tell my players that being part of the national team is a responsibility for us to inspire other people that disability should not hinder us to achieve goals, dreams, just like any other person in my country without disability.
Chess is the only sport where there is no difference between a person with no disabilities and a person with disabilities. Like it gives me the opportunity to beat giants. You see, I'm a small person. I cannot walk. I use a wheelchair, and this sport gives me the opportunity to challenge myself against regular people.
It's not so difficult for me to play chess with disability because it's important to have a good mind and to be calm. I go to a normal school with normal children, so for me it's not difficult.
Those who are learning chess, new beginners, those who are, if they are blind, they need to touch the board a lot. But once you attain a level of, let's say, above 1600 or 1800, the board actually becomes a kind of like an extra help to you because you can visualize the position.
Chess brings us together, and it provides an equal and diverse ground, but also it is too available and suitable for all kind of diversities. And I think this tournament shows very well this fact. The first Olympiad is the most critical step of this important message. Chess is one of the most suitable sport for disabled people. Chess is, suitable for all of us.
This event is a great opportunity for people with disabilities to feel this atmosphere of Olympiad and overcome our limits.
I've been speaking with some of the players here, with some of the relatives of them here, and they cannot find the words to express their gratitude of this event really happening, because that's the happening of the lifetime for them. That's a special experience for them. They feel great satisfaction of being able to demonstrate the skills that they've been acquiring under the very special conditions.
We believe it's just a first step in a very long journey that we are going to make to have chess fully inclusive for all these players, whatever disability they have.